Welcome to the Jehovih Chronicles with your host, Cosmon Cal.
Right back like I left something. It's your hostess with the most. It's holding that bar like a roach clip. Your naga, your nerve. Fresh up off of that curve. Jelly jamming preserve. Cosmonian right back up in the cloud kicker. Mr. Anakwakaiki. All praise to the ever-present great spirit. The one that always was, is, and ever shall be. Peace to the creator gang. Love, light, balance. Peace to all my Essene Nazarene brothers, all my Aboriginal brothers, all my African, East Indian, West and East Asian, and my European brothers, all my brothers out there in Atorora or the South Eastern Islands. Shout out to all my New Zealand brothers. And all my folks down there in Brazil, Costa Rica, Suriname, French Guyana, and Belize. Shout out to all the folks in Guatemala. It's the cloud kicker himself, Mr. Anakwakaiki, right back up at it, man. Hey, listen, we just gonna jump in, set the mood real quick, and then we just gonna jump in right into the conversation. This is Jehovih Chronicles number 294. Why lie? It's a good question. Come to find out, you dig what I'm saying? It's not only people that's lying. You would think just people lying. But remember, we got lying people who also program lying machines. Had an interesting conversation, and this is why I'm doing this live. I'm, just building, asking AI, testing this AI, and seeing, what it's about, and if it's going to give me accurate answers. Come to find out, man, it's not as simple as you think, man. Peace to the creator gang, man. Peace to those who are standing by the creator. You dig what I'm talking about? Love, life, balance. Those who understand the Father Gichi is not in the form and image or shape of a man sitting on a throne, but the maker of all, right? There is nothing outside of creator. You dig what I'm saying? And with that being said, let's get to cooking.
Jehovih is as near this day as in the time of the ancients. Put yourself in order, becoming one with him. And no book is so easily read as his created universe. Inspiration comes less by books than by what Jehovih wrote. His worlds read him and his works. Frame your speech and your thoughts for him. He will answer you in your own behavior and in the happiness of your soul. Great wisdom cannot be attained in a day, nor purity and strength to overcome temptation, till the growth is from the foundation. the fool will say. The sacred books are no more than man of his own knowledge could write. Yet he has not wisely imitated the power of the words of your God. Let him do this well, and behold, he will also declare my words are from me. Yes, he will recognize them wherever found. It is the will and wish of your God that all men become constitutionally capable of receiving and comprehending the highest life, and that they shall no longer depend upon any priest, church, oracle, holy book, or upon consulting the spirits, and that their behavior may make the earth a place of peace, with long life to all people, for the glory of Jehovah. To his Etherian gods and goddesses, Jehovah said, as you have founded arcs of light in my Etherian heavens, to determine the travel of my corporeal worlds, so shall my God of the earth inspire mortals to build lighthouses for man's ships that travel on the oceans, and those who travel in the ships. And those on the land shall know when a ship nears the port, even as you see my traveling earth approaching the place of Cosmo. For this shall be an illustration to mortals, that I have appointed cycles of times and dawns of times, with gods and goddesses to superintend my creations in tenderness and love, lest by chance man becomes despondent, saying, alas, Jehovah did not provide in wisdom commensurate with the magnificence of his creations. Behold, the time draws near when the nations of the earth shall course around the whole earth in ships, crossing the seas and oceans to all the places I created.
Yeah, I feel good right now. The atmospheric, green skies, they gang coming. I be in and out, so leave that thing running. Purified is preferred. Higher frequency, a higher bird. I observe on a different nerve. Breaking codes, I am the yoga. Deadly as a Ruger, straight and a shooter. Out the holster with this mudra, inoculation with the wisdom. Creator shape my prism and hit them with no schisms. Perfect. Region turn the light up. Y'all disappointing like 9 to 5 and some write-ups. Something rearranged, let that boy cook. Organization 33, stay up in the books. We them boys shook. 46 divided, yeah, I'm Fort Michael. It was only rifle that I came up in this cycle. They say they gangsters, but they telling it. Step outside, take off my shoes and let the sun hit my melon, Had to be learned that the herb beat the medicine. It's the same matrix, so who you think you better than? Perfect.
Shout out to Cosmon Cow. Cosmon Cow, boy, I'm going to tell you something. He is a problem. He is a problem when it comes to these Hebrew Israelites.
2026.
Y'all better stop playing.
It's also going to be
He is a problem. Cosmon Cow
are going to download the map.
is a problem. Create a gang gang.
We dreamers. We dreamers. Yeah. That's when we sleep. Yeah. We dreamers. my prayers go high. It's elevators on high. That's where my maker reside. I'm just his player besides. My tribulation, my pride got in my way, but my God so liberating, yeah. So why you facing what you facing? It's really related, heavily sedated. Don't be for the taking. My peace I hate it. Hard to break it, they try to shake it. What come with them sides is at stake. That bill, you cannot repay it. Yeah, a demon slide, I'ma have to slay it. Around pets all my life, now I ain't gotta spray it. Got that water on its way, gon' have to convey it. Got heavenly power in my house and I ain't gotta pay it. No, but spread love be my MOTIVE. But they whining like CC, full of laughter like hee. Heath Ledger go ha. All the praise to my dada. I've been drinking that agua. Now you might think it's sci-fi. Must been on that la. I'm so connected Wi-Fi. So disconnect that rah like Sada. No magic though, my creator magical. Frightened that's an act, but I be studying like my daddy though. Miss my daddy though. Blame my fathers while my family broke. Trying to break the choke. Devil's thirsty till I'm grab a coke. They don't want the smoke. Well, I'll load them in my catapult. White toe, spirit got my back. That's a ladder. We dreaming. Cold world in your freezing. We have them type of seasons. Supply a reason. I tell you singing is believing. I tell you singing is believing. Now if you're dreaming, cold world in your freezing. Cover up while you're sleeping. Supply a reason. I tell you singing is believing. I tell you seeing is believing. Sometimes I wanna hide out. Bump that I just ride out. Ain't no time to time out. Gotta work and put that time in. Laugh and keep from crying. Fight done throw that towel in. On my month like Shaolin. He blowing me up, I'm dialed in. Can you answer that? Stop the cheating while you glancing back. Keep enhancing that. And he'll bless you with expansion packs. Real and that's the facts. Real surreal, not talking Apple Jacks. We them boys that attack. Every day like every game is action packed. Yeah, I know he perfect. Timing never right when I be fighting with the serpent. I know he know I see him. Why he plotting, why he lurking. I just watch him, no detergent. And it's all up on the person. Put the work in, man. Cold world in your freezing. We have them type of seasons. We try to reason. I tell you singing is believing. I tell you singing is believing. Now if you're dreaming, cold world in your freezing. Cover up while you're sleeping.
Start running. Let me tell you something, we ain't out here doing nothing. I can tell you scared, boy, niggas stop fronting. It was all in the plan.
Create a gang is crazy. Boy, y'all better pay attention.
We fight as a single, impenetrable unit. That is the source of our strength.
Jehovih, symmetry sung, heard his word, and the world begun. Motion one, devotion sprung, Jehovah reigns for the chosen, the only one. The book of Jehovih, symmetry sung, heard his word, and the world begun. Motion one, devotion sprung, Jehovah reigns for the chosen, the only one.
Before the earth took shape, new sound of sight, the creator sliced the time in the day and night. He breathed through void till the ether stirred, then sent angels and prophets to teach his word. Motion,
notion, devotion aligned, encoded design in the spine of time. Wind wrote signs on the breath of the prime. Hess intertwined with the flesh of the line.
Quicken the killer, conceiver entwined, dual divine, the ether confined. Two entities birthed, corporate and S. Life compressed in the vortex nest. Spirit in the mist, physics resist. Matter persist in Jehovah's fist. Dust kiss flame, play became twist. Anatomy gift from the infinite list. Male and female named through air. EOE, that sacred blare, not beast, not star. Not anywhere but the whisper of wind as a builder's prayer. Vortex speak, the sequence hum, the life resume. From void to bloom, the ether groom, creation's womb. Every tune in the flames plume, a living rune. If your soul need food, here's what you consume.
The book of Jehovih, symmetry sung, heard his word and the world begun. Motion one, devotion sprung. Jehovah reigns for the chosen, the only one. The book of Jehovah, cemetery song. Heard his word and the world begun. Motion one, devotion sprung. Jehovah reigns for the chosen, the only one. 3 states of worlds I made, corporeal terrain, an atmosphere and chain to Ethereum planes. Ether the pure, obscure domain. The ghost of light, free the soul from shame. Atmosphere, field and flow. AGA, nebula glow. Currents collide where the comets go. Gravity bend with the vortices, so sound became law. Law gave sight, and every soul aligned in Jehovah's light. His love gave reason and the heart retune. If your body need rest, here's the text to consume. The book of Jehovah, symmetry song. Heard his word and the world begun. Motion one, devotion sprung. Jehovah reigns for the chosen, the only one. The book of Jehovah, symmetry song. Heard his word and the world begun. Motion one, devotion sprung. Jehovah reigns for the chosen, the only one. Before the clay inhaled the spark, the plan was grand. See moose spun pulse through the dust of man. Ether expand to where the blueprint ran. Spirit tied to flesh by Jehovah's hand. Angels descended, intelligent, warm. Walk with Azu where the light was born. Heaven breathed with immortal form. Lord met love and the veil was torn. The seed took root in the coil's perfume. Sense evolved under the sun and the moon. Time broke the sleep of a deep commune. And now man learns pattern from teeth to spoon. From breath to balance, the most high drop clues. From speech and sequence, the spirit world moved. From page to prophecy, through mahogany hues. If your mind need peace, here's the key to consume. The book of Jehovah, symmetry song. Heard his word and the world begun. Motion one, devotion sprung. Jehovah reigns for the chosen, the only one. The book of Jehovah.
My bad, y'all. I had the mic muted. Let's get into it real quick. Now, look. First and foremost, peace to the righteous gods and Nirvanian goddesses. You dig what I'm talking about? Those who stand by the Creator. You know, peace to the gang. I was doing some studying, and you know, just going back and forth, and you know how you run across the text, and you want to get the yays and the nays. You want to get not only the people who agree with what you're studying, so you don't, you know what I mean, so you don't have information bias. You dig what I'm saying? You're not just pigeonholed to one way of thinking. So, you know, we studying and, you know, taking a look and a relook at different information. And, you know, so I asked the AI a question. Let me see if I can even blow this up a little bit more, man. Shout out to everybody, man, who in the chat, man. Hey, oh, that's my baby bro, man. I missed yesterday, man. Hit me up, Malachi Maccabee, who up in here, JBC up in here, my sister Tabitha up in here. He say Froggy Patty. Whoever Froggy Patty is, the God, man. Salute to you. Hurricane, my Detroit brother up in here, man. We need to get together too, Hurricane. You know what I mean? Mr. Johnny, my brother. My Ima has always been better than your Ima. My Heliyah's up in here. Bronze Yog, huh? Sir Yogurt up in this thing. Bishop X. Tahonga. Shout out to my brother Tahonga. He be somewhere everywhere too. Always see that brother popping up, shedding some love and light, man. Always standing on the Creator. You dig what I'm saying? Now what up? My sister LaShonda, what up though? You dig what I'm talking about? My brother up in there, Michael Yala, he up in this thing, man. Salute everybody, man. But look, right? Let me see if I can blow this up just a little bit. Maybe I can, you know what I mean? Get it just a little bit bigger. Right. Okay. That should look better. Hopefully that look better to everybody. Right. So, you know, I got, as a matter of fact, I do got a debate with the brother Gideon. He's been running from gang for over 2 years. He ducked Daryl Cosmon twice. Man. And then Daryl Cosmon went behind the scenes and tried to set up another day, gave him some other days. You dig what I'm saying? He's saying that you can't say nothing about Owaspy in the debate. Y'all kept saying, no, we didn't say that. You can speak about Owaspy all you want. Nobody is telling. I'm just saying, if it ain't on topic, you just gonna waste your time. You just sitting there talking about something ignorantly that you actually have no knowledge about. So how can you ask common sense questions or logic questions in logic? You dig what I'm talking about when you actually have no knowledge about what you're speaking, right? And watch this. The problem with AI is it does the same thing these ignorant Negroes do. It just hallucinates. It makes up things, right? Oh, it should be like this, so I'll just say this. No, it's not like that, right? So I'm having a conversation with this AI, right? The AI, and just so y'all know that, you know what I mean, this AI is gonna make some claims, right? And I asked, I make it prove it so. And if it doesn't, it is a liar. You dig what I'm saying? Or if it tries to spin the truth or anything. And what I did was call AI lying. Right? It's going to try to, it's going to break down what it tried to do or whatever. You dig what I'm talking about? But in the end of the day, the reason that I'm even doing this is I need y'all to be careful, right? Because people go into Google and, they just ask a little simple question and Google just spits out whatever it feels like. You lying, Cosmon. They don't just spit out something, whatever you feel like. You dig what I'm talking about. It actually goes through the sources and it searches and it, right? We're going to see if that's true, right? Because I'm having a conversation with the AI. So I asked the AI, right? What changes to everyday life are possible if Owaspy science is proven to be true, right? Watch this. If Owaspian science were proven to be true, it would represent a total Copernican revolution. Like Copernican means like it's like a bountiful, it's plentiful, right? Copernican revolution for every aspect of human life. So basically, it would change every aspect of human life if the science in Owaspy is true, and that part is true. Right? If y'all didn't read up into the book of cosmogony and prophecy, and you dig what I'm talking about, the book of Jehovah's Kingdom on earth, the book of discipline, book of knowledge, you dig what I'm talking about. If you've read that, for a fact if any of that is true. Any of it, right? Especially with Owaspy science, it will turn the game on its ear. But what y'all don't know, right? But the faithers know is that science has already been using Owaspy science. Owaspy gave it first. And many times, over 100 years. Huh? Owaspy was breaking down concepts, sciences, quantum physics, the atomic structure of the world, fractals. You dig what I'm talking about? Well over 100 years before they were even contemplated on, let alone put into a coherent science. Owaspy was already breaking it down. So we know this would be true. It would literally change every aspect of human life. So how good is it to know that your creator is undefeated? That everything he has ever said is true, coming true to our knowledge, and being proven in real time today. Huh? See, this is what faithism is about. Faithism isn't about belief. It's about knowing what you know, but then standing on what you know, even when there is no objective proof yet. For instance, I don't have to believe that 2 + 2 is always 4, right? 2 and 2 in and of itself are subjective numbers. They're mathematics, right? But when the actual timetable is played out and a result comes, right? That result should never, ever change. So if anybody ever tried to tell you 2 + 2 is 3, 2 + 2 is 5, 2 + 2 is 7, you instantly know that that is wrong. Why? Because I have a knowledge base in mathematics, right? Not a belief, a knowledge base in mathematics that makes my faith, right, know that every time 2 + 2 is going to be 4. And see, what they don't understand about faith is faith has nothing to do with belief. Faith is belief objectified. It is knowledge objectified, right? Made real, right? Faith has nothing to do with belief. I don't believe 2 + 2 is 4. I don't believe my mama is my mama. I have faith that if I ever took a blood test, right, to compare my parent to myself, that my mother's mitochondrial DNA is in me. That's faith. It's not because I believe that it's in me. It's logical. I got a knowledge base that you don't change, it's in human, blah, 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 blah. So if everything is true in line and that is my mother, guess what's in my DNA? That's faith. 2 + 2. Right? So, yeah, it would absolutely change every aspect. We would shift from a world based on chemical mechanical laws to one based on Vortexian Etherian laws. Wrong. First of all, the quote unquote Vortexian laws manage the Etherian mechanical, chemical, electrical, right? You dig what I'm talking about? Quote unquote laws. See? They always forget the whole, right? They want to put everything in its own little box. But look, so we having a conversation, right? Here's how your everyday life will fundamentally change. Energy and technology, free Vortexian power. I'm not against that, right? Yeah, I think that would definitely happen. Now, healthcare, also believe it's not exactly how they saying it, but it would be just like this. It would be an overall shift in how we look at healthcare in the human body, right? With the treatment of corporate S, medicine would no longer just treat the physical body, it would treat the spiritual energy body. Not in, and that would be true. Because it's a different type of understanding, right? Everybody talking about getting back in touch with nature, getting in harmony, the law of one. You dig what I'm talking about? Getting in touch with your surroundings. Well, how does that look in practice, right? Well, here is a little, just a little simple way to kind of look at it, right? And I want y'all to know a lot of this stuff is already being done. Owaspi was talking about it years before, telling you these things are done. Now science, objective experience, you dig what I'm talking about? Empirical data has proven what Owaspi to be said is actually true. And now they turned them into sciences, right? Vibrational healing. Doctors would use light and sound frequencies to realign a patient's vortexian current. Okay. You dig what I'm talking about? But ain't this already being done, y'all? Hit me in the chat. Anybody ever heard of Reiki? Ain't this the same force? This prana, this breath, this energy that they're talking about moving in the Vedas, the Mahabharata, the Avestas. Ain't this that same energy that they call ki, chi? Owaspi explains this not as a electrical, it explains this as a science, right? Not as like electrical body charge, it's magnetic. The healing of the human body comes through magnetics. Owaspi breaks this down. It's a two-part because see, you can't just heal the body if you don't heal the mind with it, right? Owaspi calls this a abracadabra, right? Sound funny, right? Until you understand that this was an ancient way of healing the mind and the body already in science using sound and monotonous rhythm. What I'm telling you, Owaspi has been showing y'all that this has been done. Man has been doing this thousands and thousands of years. We lose information, and now we're getting it back, right? The Druge diagnosis. Mental health would be viewed at, and this is one part that I think an understanding of Owaspi will help the psychiatric type things, because how many times did they tell us our Uncle Joe was crazy because he was hearing these voices? What if Uncle Joe was a clairvoyant? What was he, clairaudient? What if he wasn't schizophrenic? What if he really did hear the voices? The proof that y'all failed these Uncle Joes who are now on lithium, sitting in crazy houses, is that the proof is you never asked Uncle Joe what they said. Y'all just call Uncle Joe crazy. But y'all didn't, and still don't, and claim to be religious, right? But don't understand or want to understand or fear the spirit you so-called claim to praise. Don't you claim your God is a spirit? Creator ain't. Creator makes spirits. It's a difference. The Druge diagnosis. What? Mental health, right, would be viewed through the lens of spiritual influence. How many times y'all done seen possession? right? These people, or they got these people doped up, sitting up in these places talking to themselves. How many times you done seen that? What if that is a mental thing? What if it's not physical? The mind is not physical, by the way, y'all. Check. Right? If you know that the brain is physical, right? But the mind is mental, right? It's not physical. Hit me with a 1 in the chat, right? The mind and the brain are not the same thing. If you know that, one is physical, one isn't, hit me with a 1 in the chat. Get them vortexes moving while we at it, because mental health will be viewed through the lens of spiritual influence. Schizophrenia or depression might be treated by clearing the patient's atmosphere of low vibrational entities or juja, just like a so-called a possession. You dig what I'm talking about? Or when they're breaking demons, breaking the demons off of people and all that stuff. Y'all think that's fake? Because y'all don't know how inspiration works, right? But there's also 2 other types of this inspiration. Not only can it be good and bad, not only is it outside of you, but there are 2 different levels of this inspiration. You get the inspiration like the little voices in your head. Somebody cut you off in your car or whatever. You dig what I'm talking about? Instantly, you get upset. That little voice said, beat your ass out. And then your voice kicks in. Oh, man, let me get up out of here. I still got to go to work. You get that type of inspiration. But then there's a second type of inspiration called possession, where the spirit of an entity is being like dominated, right? So this is why they're erratic, because they're in there, in a sense, in a tussle with the natural or native spirit that's in the body. You dig what I'm talking about? That comes with the body, the child. You dig what I'm talking about? Comes back talking about, oh, I lived in ancient Greece and all this. But then the child turn around and actually tell you stuff that's going on that was really happening in ancient Greece and all that stuff that it could possibly know. Right? That's real too. Right? This is what low demonic entities pass off as resurrection. Right? Like you coming back, like reincarnation. They pass that off as reincarnation. But in fact, it's just a spirit taking, like, dominating the spirit of the body, right? And this is why it's usually a little erratic, and it never work out right unless the other one is in a sense kind of sleep and one talks through the other. But then there's a higher level of inspiration called obsession. We got inspiration, we got possession and obsession. Right? Obsession deals with the object. And this is when a foreign entity, spirit, totally dominates and obsesses, right? Objectively controls and represses the spirit and then dominates the physical body, right? Many times those come through because they are unnatural pairings, right? For something to, in a sense, dominate the spirit of the body, right? It's unnatural. It plays out and looks like what we would commonly call medically schizophrenia or depression, or I'm hearing these voices. You dig what I'm talking about? And yes, OWASP teaches us how to get these low atmospheric demonic beings up off us. Right? Yep, teach that. Genetic grading, right? This is one thing. And right here, my bells start going off. If you notice, I wasn't against none of all the really of this other stuff, the free power, the healthcare and all that stuff. I wasn't really against, but this is right here. This is where my my radar. You dig what I'm talking about? My truth sensing, seeking spidey sense started to go off. Because remember, this, you supposed to be giving me the ideas of, the overall idea of how it would change per OWASP, right? Right. And it, but right here it started to come off as if this is somebody just giving me a rote answer about what they think is in OWASP, because you wouldn't have said this if you had actually known it. They said one thing that would change is genetic grading, right? Marriage and child rearing would be guided by life grading. People would understand how their habits physically alter the life seed they pass to their children. And I said, well, if you actually read OWASP, you would know that not only does this already happen, they got a whole grade of angel that guides marriage and child rearing, called a Lewis, right? A whole grade of angel. So the very fact that you are here means that an angelic being guided your mother and father together to get together. So even for those who don't have parents, right? For those who, get put in children's homes and all those things, even those births were planned, right? The point is to produce a better stock of people, right? So this is already being done. Marriage and child rearing would be guided by life grading. That's what the Lewis does. And it's not life grading, it's light. And the ability to perceive it. That's the only difference between an iron and a drug. They physically look exactly the same. It's just one nigga can get it and the other one can't. So right here, something went off. I said, well, they would already know that, quote unquote, genetic grading is already happening. Didn't you read the book? Don't you know that's what a Lewis does? And did you know that Lewises are those angelic beings who are your ancestors who pre-existed before you, watching and protecting the bloodline themselves? How many people you didn't heard say that they spoke to their ancestor? What ancestor would you be speaking to that would generate anything that talked about your physical bloodline? That angelic being is called a Lewis. And guess what? He has to be your ancestor. See, a wash be different right here, but I knew something right here was off because this is not necessarily wrong. They will understand how they habits, they diets and thoughts and all that affect, you dig what I'm talking about, they children. Yeah, but that's what a Lewis is for. Right? He put a 4 with a 7 to try to average out a 5.5. He takes the 5.5. You dig what I'm talking about? Cuts it back with an 8. You dig what I'm talking about? It gets us a 6.7 in the next birth. You see, this is how so-called grading, how they're using it. We use grading spiritually, right? But you can use grading physically too, but we call that culture or lifestyle, right? A grade of human would be those who read, acquire knowledge, love it, live for peace. Another would be those who are warlike, who don't value knowledge, who are base. You dig what I'm talking about? What's the word they use? The bellicose. But right here, I knew something was off because I was like, genetic grading, well, that's already being done. Diet and agriculture. But this is where I knew I said somebody lying. Right? It said 3. Diet and agriculture, right? The rise of the herbivore. Owaspie is adamant that eating animal flesh. Now look at the quote. Look at the quote. Now, when you put it in the quote, that means you're quoting this directly out of Owaspie. Correct? When you say that, that's what you mean. That you are densified. You got that densify up out of Owaspie. Nigga, they don't say densify ain't a word. Is that a word? Densify? Oh, it ain't in Owaspie. I'm saying the whole word ain't even in there. So right there, it started throwing off. It started giving off Drugen vibes right there. My spider sense was going off right there. My faith is sense. My light sensor. You dig what I'm talking about? My iron dome. You dig what I'm talking about? Start going off. Because densifies. Okay. But it says Owaspie is adamant that eating animal flesh densifies the body and clouds the mind. Right? It's not far off from what it actually says, but it don't say densify. But look, this is where I knew something was wrong. Right here. Y'all see this? This is where I knew. Huh? You remember in Menace where Kane was sitting in the police station and he said, hey, so you went and you got the bottle of beer at 10:35, right? You got it at 10:35, right? He was like, yeah, I got it at 10:35. Then he came back. So at 11:15, that's when you got the beer, right? He was like, yeah. I got the beer at 11:15. You remember the cop said, you know you done messed up, don't you? Right here is where I knew they messed up. Right here. It says, what the vegan mandate? Huh? What mandate? Let's see what it say. If proven, right? If that Owaspie science is proven, if proven, meat eating would be seen as a scientific health hazard. It should be. Right? Essentially poisoning your ability to perceive higher dimensions. I knew right then this AI didn't read OWASP. You supposed to download it. I downloaded it to Gemini, so it couldn't say that it don't got it. And it's not like it essentially, it is poison. And OWASP does say today that meat is poison. It does say that. But it's taking it out of context. And then saying that OWASP would mandate it, command it. That proved you don't know the creator. And it definitely proved you don't know the book. So right then, I knew something was off. Look what I say. I don't care what it said after that. Look what I said after that. I said, where in OWASP did you find the idea that, yeah, hold on. Let me go show y'all this. Right, hold on. Right. The vegan mandate, I knew right then something was wrong. Right? It's going all bad. I'm gonna go down some more. The end of secrecy. Watch what it say. Number 4, communication. This is what will change. In OWASP, the atmosphere surrounding us is filled with the quote unquote records of everything ever said or done. And then they called it JI. No. Clairvoyant tech. If the science of S reading or spirit reading were perfected, privacy as we know it would end. People would be able to read the atmospheric record of a person's character. What are you talking about? We already do this. Anybody ever heard of an aura? You ever heard anybody say, your aura is so pretty, it's blue or it's pink, or you dig what I'm saying? They read auras and have forever. OWASP told y'all this information wasn't wholly new to man. And in a way, it's right, because this is the way your whole life is kind of played back to you when you die, right? So you're able to judge yourself, right? It is a record, right? This S read, there's a record that is kept, right? But the record is not called JI. Y'all see that? The record is not called JI. JI is a substance, right? A semi-light substance right here. These records of everything. That record, especially within man, is called ESPA. ESSPE. ESPA, or the spirit record. In your body, in your blood, the spirit record is called DNA. That keeps a record of the physical body and those of the mind, right? That's how your life is laid bare before you, right? And you can see what's wrong with you. You dig what I'm saying? You can see what's wrong with your spirit. Like if you got a death of a man hanging over you, right? It's like a black smudge. It's like a smudge on the overall tone of light that comes out your spiritual body. You can tell it something is wrong. If he lying, it's this color. You dig what I'm talking about? If he was a thief, it's this color. And until you wean yourself off of that, you dig what I'm talking about? Your color stay the same and your clarity will stay the same. But one day, right, you're going to rise above all that and be pure. Right? And those records are kept too. So, in a sense, that would be kind of true. You dig what I'm talking about? But this is where I knew they was lying. Nigga, you lying. You get to talk about telepathy and mental telepathy. Nigga, you lying. I'm not saying that it is an impossibility, but the human body can't do it. Huh? This is a training of the spiritual body. How do we know that, Cosmo? Because I read the book of Jehovah. How you think the baby's going to hear a sound of something exploding a mile away and be able to tell you what it was, what colors was produced, how fast it's moving, and what it was made out of? It's not telepathy. It's not. It's actually what we would call today, to dumb it down, reading a room, reading the vibe. No different than the way a bird knows how to fly south. Birds don't know south. Nobody sat in bird school and said, today in aviatory class, we are teaching all pelicans to fly south. No. It reads the vibe, the Vortexian current, the wave. And because animals are perfect in their order, they do exactly what they do and nothing else. But look what they lying. They lying. Telepathy. And even though what they're missing is what they think is telepathy is just high informed empathy. I'm so connected with the things that are around me that I feel what's happening without saying it. That's called prophecy. You ain't know it was two ways to do it. Why you ain't know it was two ways to do it? Because you ain't read the book of cosmogony and prophecy. You want to talk about prophecy, but you don't know how to prophesy. Let alone that there's two ways to do it, and ain't neither of them spooky. Got to do nothing with meditation, getting on your knees, hamdulillah. Huh? You ain't got to hold the Most High. You ain't got to meditate. Huh? Owaspi says, nigga, to know of a certainty where you gonna go before you die. Huh? To see the heavens in full conscious, to hear the voice of the Creator. That's the whole point of Owaspi. Without no spooky, without no drugs, and especially without no belief. But look at these lying AI niggers. This is a lying nigger AI. Since the nervous system is a Vortexian antenna. Nigga, what? What? A Vortexian antenna. So you think the human body work like a Tesla coil? No. We would train our children to communicate via thought vibration rather than just spoken language. Wrong. Even though Owaspy does explain extrasensory and how to teach it, you named your creator. How important, must words be? How important must words be if the creator told you to name it? And to prove Adam wasn't dumb in the wiseness of man, right? And the wiseness of early man, he didn't name him after anything on earth. He named him after the stuff that's powerful, right? Can be felt but can't be seen, but ultimately needed. So he named him after the sound that the wind make. Man wasn't dumb. Not no more. Not at that time. Was he dumb in the beginning? Oh, yeah, he was probably stupid. Yeah, he was a baby. He was a baby in his species. But right here, I knew this nigga lying. You lying. Telepathy. The nervous system is a vortexian antenna. What? I knew you was lying right there. I knew you was telling you was starting to go a little left in the thing before that. So I said, look what I said. I said, where in Owaspy did you find the idea that the nervous system is somehow a vortexing antenna? And can you go into Owaspy and pull the direct verse which proves your claim? I'm saying it doesn't say it. Watch this. Because we're going to get to watch what AI do. Uh-oh. What AI say? AI say, you called my what? If y'all see that, hit me with a 2 in the chat. If I caught AI lying, hit me with a 2 in the chat. If I bought a wolf ticket and got puppies dancing on stage, hit me with a 2 in the chat. If you just seen me pull AI whole car, he said, you have called my bluff. But it gets worse because he can't stop lying. You called my bluff on a specific terminology. You are correct that the exact phrase vortexian antenna does not appear in the text of Owaspy. That is a modern synthesis. Now look, he lying on top of lying. That is a modern synthesis used by who? Who it was used by? Owaspian scholars. Let me ask y'all a question. What Owaspian scholars? Me? Who? Me? It got to be me, Selah Shalom, Daryl Cosma, Malachi Maccabee, and this goddamn owl that's sitting on my shoulder. Who is these Owaspian scholars? You ain't gonna say it's JBN. You're not gonna say it's Wing Anderson. Who is these modern Owaspians, modern scholars? Who is them that you synthesized this from? Caught your ass lying. Look, true, facts. Mally did say this. He said, Cal, remember I said 2 years ago that the creator gang knows more about OWASP than AI. Not only do we know more about OWASP than AI, if you do know more about it, AI will just make it up to try to sound like it know what it's saying. What OWASPian scholars describe the mechanics Newborough laid out? They lying, y'all. You know the scholar. You know C-Lie. C-Lie ain't said nothing about no vortexian antenna. Is your goddamn the veins in your body. Now, we do talk about the nervous system in the body moving electricity, moving electric and magnetic energy throughout the body. Yes. Right? But what y'all missing is C-Lie knows, and these so-called OWASPian scholars would already know that electricity, magnetism, gravity, light is all one thing. Huh? Ain't no synthesis. It is one. And that's what we'd have known, and that's what Newborough knows. So trying to say that we teaching something different than what Newborough said, you lying. Nigga, this the shit Jesus taught. Real Yeshua. Huh? This that shit Moses was talking about. Huh? You can't make nothing move with the Bible. You can't do nothing but take life. This that shit Abram knew. Huh? This was Zarathustra knew. Could you imagine? 9,000 years ago, 7,000 BC. This nigga know this. How far ahead of the game was he? We ain't getting taught nothing different. You're lying. However, watch this. I already done caught you lying and pulled your whole card. You call him a bluff. However, watch him try to justify it. However, the claim that the nervous system, especially the what spirit nerves. The spirit got nerves? What would a spiritual body need nerves for? It don't even need a brain. So why would it need nerves? Huh? Remember, the mind and the brain are different. The brain is physical. The mind is spirit. Huh? But see, it's even a difference in spirit, but y'all gonna learn. Huh? There are two parts of spirit. You got the spirit that's like the power of the body, but then you got the higher etheric part of spirit, which is called soul. That's the you. That's what learns. That's what actually remembers what a smell smells like. It's not your nose. And your brain can't smell. So that's not what remembers. Huh? Spirit. However, the claim that the nervous system functions to receive and transmit vortexing etheric vibrations is a core tenet of the books of Book of Cosmogony and the Book of Safa. Is that true, y'all? Now watch this. Here is the direct proof of the mechanics. Even if the word antenna is my own descriptive shorthand. He trying to justify why he did what he did. Watch this. The direct verses on the nervous system mechanics. In Owaspy, the physical body is called corpor. Is that true? Yes. And the spirit body is called S. Is that true? In a sense, yeah. S is the spirit world, right? It would still just be an S body, or you dig what I'm talking about? You could just say S. So yeah. And the spirit body is the S, is the spirit. Now watch this. Now it's claiming this is true. The direct verses. Now, if I don't get no direct verses, we know it's a problem. On nervous system mechanics. Now, we want some direct verses on nervous system mechanics. Okay, it said the nerves are the bridge where vortexia or power, indeed, I agree with that, is converted into thought and action. But it said the nerves are the bridge. How does the nerve connect to the spirit? Let's see what AI got to say. Right? On the receiving nature of nerves. Now watch this, y'all. In the book of Cosmogony, chapter 3, verse 11, it describes how the vortexian currents move through the human form. Look, vortexia can be concentrated in the magnet and in the what? The animal unit. Now look, and then it said this is called life, or what? Animal magnetism. What? This is the drive of the boat. The S is the ship. False God, what? What? Now remember, it just said that this is the book of Cosmogony, chapter 3, verse 11. And look, it says vortexia can be concentrated in the magnet and in the animal unit. Now, it's supposedly quoting directly from Owaspy. Ain't that what it's saying? Didn't it say the direct verses on the nervous system, right? And then it said, book Cosmogony, chapter 3 and 11, that is talking about this animal unit and animal magnetism and the drive of the boat. And the S is the shit. This nigga lying. What? Let's go see. Let me share this with y'all real quick. This is the book of Cosmogony and Prophecy, right? They're going to say, Cosmon, you Lenny, ain't no book of Cosmogony and Prophecy. It ain't prophecy, Cosmon. Hold on, let me go back up. What page is this? 1450. Okay, let me go up a little bit. I want to show y'all that I'm in the book of Cosmogony and Prophecy. Can y'all see that? All right. If y'all can see that, hit me with a vortex. This is the book of Cosmogony and Prophecy, right? I just wanted to show y'all. Didn't it say go to verse 3 and 11, right? Let's go make sure what the verse just said. It said go to chapter 3, verse 11. Okay, so now we're going to go down to 1450. Put it back. Oh, 4950. Okay, let me make sure y'all can see this. Because we just caught AI lying. This was hilarious. Now watch this. Remember it said, Book of Cosmogony, chapter 3, verse 11. It describes how vortexian currents move through the human form. So when we get into verse 11, it should be describing how vortex moves through humans. Right? Because remember, it said right here, this is supposed to be verse 3 right here. I mean, this is supposed to be verse 11. Vortexia can be concentrated in the magnet and in the animal unit. Animal unit. Let's see if it say that. Let's see if it say animal magnetism or drive of the boat, or does it even mention a ship? Right? Pay attention to that. Watch this. Let's actually go in the text and stop lying and see what the text got to say. We ain't got to add nothing to it. Actually, look what verse 3 and 11 says. As light, heat, magnetism, and electricity are all one and the same thing, being only the manifestation of vortexian currents under different conditions. The student must not lose sight of the fact that none of these so-called things, not light, not heat, not magnetism, not electricity, none of these so-called things are things in fact. That is, entities of themselves, separately or combined. Now, let's get back to this AI, because AI just told a goddamn lie. It ain't say nothing about no magnet, didn't say nothing about animal units in verse 3 on it. So right then, right? And then look, it said, look, I'm gonna get into this because it lied about this too. Book of Safa, Simuin, verse 22. The text explains, right? This is what it says too. On hearing spiritual vibrations, the antenna concept in the book of Safa. Look at this whole story it's making up to explain this, why it told a lie about antenna. Watch this. On hearing spiritual vibrations, the antenna concept in the book of Safa, Simuin, verse 22. This is what AI is saying. The text explains how the inner ear and nerves receive suis. What? Now, for those who haven't read Owaspy, that sounds plausible. Man, the inner ear, it receives suis. No. That's like saying, how do I put this? Suis is the ability of clairaudience, right? It doesn't receive suis, right? Suis is the process. It's how it's done. It's right. It doesn't. You can't receive suis, right? That's like saying, how do I put this? right? You don't receive. You can have a talent, right? But you don't receive skill in basketball, right? You work for skill in basketball, right? You can have a talent for jumping, a talent for hand-eye coordination, hand-eye foot coordination, right? But until you strengthen that, you dig what I'm talking about? It's dormant. That's what suis is. Suis is a sense. You can't receive it. It just is. And it is the ability. What, you know what? I'ma just keep going. Watch this. And it now remember, it just said in the book of Safa, in Simuin, verse 22 explains how the inner ear and the nerves receive suis. Now, this is what they saying is in Simuin, verse 22. Suis is the power of the spirit to hear etherian vibrations. The nerves of the spirit are the chords on which the etherian currents play. That shit sounds hard. Let me read it again to you. Suis is the power of the spirit to hear etherian vibrations. That sound good. It say the nerves of the spirit, which we ain't proved there is none yet. Why a spirit, whatever, need nerves. But the nerves of the spirit are the chords on which the etherian currents play. Now, the shit almost sound like bars, right? It would be extra dope if it was actually real. But it's fake. Watch this. Watch this. Let's go to the book of Simuin. Watch this. People be lying. Watch this. Now, this is the book of Safa, or the book of the tongue, or book of language. Right? Now, look. Now, this is the tablet of Simuin. Let me back out a little bit so y'all can get. Right? This is an understanding of the pictographic writing we see all across the world. Right? Owaspy gives a way to explain that pictographic, homographic type writing that we see, and the understanding for many of the bases of phonetic and Egypto-hieroglyphic writing, and a way to understand it. In the tablet is called Simuin, right? But remember, it said in the 22nd verse, it's going to break down suis. Let's see what it actually say. Right? Call AI lying again. Let me blow this. Let me back up just a little bit down. Drop down just a little bit. Right there. Right? That's what it actually say. Now, they tried to convince us that this verse, suis is the power of the spirit to hear etherian vibrations, verbs of the spirits are the chords on which etherian currents play, is in what verse? Book of Safa, Simuin, verse 22. Is that true? No, it is not true. Caught AI lying again. Hiss, serpent word. This is what's actually in 22. He makes noise like the wind, right? Because it gives the breakdown of the intention or meaning behind the pictographic sign that we actually see, right? Remember, pictographs are not, in a sense, words. They're whole concepts. And when one pictograph is put next to another, it was at the time understood that man would know which combinations to put together, just like we know to use PH for phone. You dig what I'm talking about? And not an F when I'm talking about a phone. You dig what I'm talking about? If you were from another country, you might not understand why don't we just use the F. Well, it comes with English, and with these signs, it was already assumed that you would understand what was put together. So what it's actually describing is the sign of the snake when you see it, right? On ancient written text, pictographic text, it is the hiss, right? The first panic name for snakes. Huh? From the two evil corners above, the hiss descends. His food is of the earth. That which tempts to the earth is hiss. The hiss that crawls, I have made as an emblem of the hiss that teaches lust. Hiss, also pronounced hiss, also pronounced cease or sphees in the Vedic. The sign of treachery, hiss, the snake. Hiss. The sign of poison, hiss. Don't they show you a snake? Right? A danger that man cannot heal, hiss. First I made poison air, and from that I made poisonous weeds, and from that I made hiss, poisonous animals in life. I commanded him to crawl on his belly, hiss. I made him the lowest, hiss. He bites himself and dies from his own bite. That's from the words of Abraham, talking about not only hiss, the snake in and of itself, but the man that acts hiss. Huh? So that's what it actually says in the book of Simuin, chapter 22. Right? So again, we call AI lying. So you watch this. Right? So right now watch this real quick. It tried to justify it. It's still lying. Right? All this, I ain't even gonna get into that. It's making up story. But look, it tried to justify why you use the word antenna when it ain't in there. In Owaspian science, the vortex of the earth is constantly swirling with information. The book teaches that the brain nerves act as a battery and receiver. The grade of a person is essentially their frequency. Wrong. If your nerves are clogged by eating meat or low-grade thoughts, you cannot receive the higher frequency signals from the etherian realms. There's truth and falsehood to that. Right? But look what it says. You are right. To keep me honest, the word antenna is not in the verse. The book uses the words of metaphors of chords on a musical instrument and currents in a boat. It doesn't, because we just looked in 22, right? I said, remember about that vegan mandate earlier. I said, you also said Owaspi would create a vegan mandate. Look what I say, right? I understand what AI said, but as one of these quote unquote Owaspian scholars of modern day, I flatly disagree. Firstly, Owaspi never even mentions the word vegan. Huh? Vegan is a man-made term and is a term created after Owaspy was already in existence. Secondly, right? Let me go up here. Let me expand this a little bit because I might have to. Let me go back down. I said vegan is a man-made term and is a term created after Owaspy was already in existence. Secondly, your idea is false because you blindly and ignorantly missed the whole point of Owaspy, and that is freedom. So the thought of a creator giving mandates doesn't align with the overall vision of Owaspy. You would agree? Watch this. You are absolutely right to call me out on that. Huh? Y'all see that? Hit me with a 3 in the chat. You are absolutely right to call me on that. And you've hit on the core soul of Owaspy that I glossed over in favor of a broad summary. I appreciate the correction. I know you do, sucker. No, you don't. You don't really. You are correct on 2 major fronts. I know. Linguistic accuracy. The word vegan didn't exist until 1944 with Donald Watson, over 60 years after Owaspy was published. The book uses the term like herbivorous, ooze, worldliness, and grade. And really the only 2 that would apply at this point, where's my thing, is actually herbivorous, as into diet. But diet can up and boost grade. But herbivorous and grade don't necessarily have to do with anything with each other. And if you ain't herbivorous, right, that don't mean you can't receive some type of prophecy or none of that. That don't mean that. That don't mean you can't get no light or creator love you any less. It's not what that means. Like they trying to paint it, right? Right? He said you right on 2 things. The word didn't exist, and it ain't in Owaspy, right? And 2, the philosophy of freedom. The entire framework of Owaspy is built on individual judgment and self-responsibility. Here is why my use of mandate was a poor choice of words, and why your point about freedom is the whole point of the text, right? Choice over coercion. In Owaspy, the creator is not a commanding God in the traditional sense. Let me read that again. Right? Creator not telling you to go out here, kill men, women, and children and suckling babies. You know what I mean? And keep the little virgin girls in your house for 30 days. And if she ain't got that wop, huh? If she ain't got that wet willy, huh? That spinner, you dig what I'm talking about? Throw her in the living room, catch her in the kitchen. Guess what? You can just kick her out in the streets like a dog. But the only thing you can't do is sell her. But you killed her mama and her daddy and her little brother. Can't sell her though. Why you can't sell her though? Huh? This your little war prize. Your little war bride. Why you can't sell her? God said because you humbled her already. What does humbled mean? You raped her. You raped her. You humbled her. And because she ain't had that gawk 3000, huh? You was able to just kick her out on the streets. You just couldn't sell her. Right? That's Deuteronomy 21, 10 through 14. But the only bad part about that is the God A-OKs it. He says, first of all, you can tell this ain't the creator because he A-OK'd war. And war is bad. Yeah, you can't get around that. So if your God is fighting in wars, justifying wars, killing people in wars, taking sides in wars, it's a demon. It's a demon, Damon. Huh? Because in Owaspy, the creator, Jehovah, huh? Huh? Vowel sounds, is not a commanding God in a traditional sense like the Abrahamic faith. Yahweh is the all person. The proof that he is all persons is that you have a personage, right? And the proof that you are individual because it is all the whole and you are individually part of it is that there'll never be another you. You could have 1 billion children, right? You could even ancestrally try to breed into your own family and never breed another you. The resulting offspring will never be you. That's a proof. That's one way to prove that there is an all person. Because you have an individual personage that is just part of it. There is nothing outside of all, right? All right. Right? The creator is the all person who provides the data of the universe, then says the choice is yours. That is in a way true. Creator says, in this sense, I made all things. So in that end, I just allowed you to choose. So in that sense, I am your slave and you are my master. You ain't never heard of angelic being, supposedly the creator of anything, ever say you was its master. Ooh, you ain't never heard that. That's in a Owaspy, nigga. It's different type of light. If you know that's a different type of light, hit me with a 4 in the chat. Hit me with the 4s for the 4 horsemen. Hit me with a 4 for Malachi Maccabee. Hit me with a 4 for Daryl Cosmon. Hit me with a 4 for the big homie Sela Shalom. Hit me with a 4 for yours truly, Anak Wakaiki. The cloud kicker. Creator say the choice is yours. The text doesn't say you must not eat meat. So no, it won't be a mandate. The text doesn't say you must not eat meat or you will be punished. No, it don't say that. It's not Bible. It's not authored by your biblical deity, right? Funny, every deity is a man. Instead, it presents a scientific consequence. If you eat dead flesh, your spirit body becomes dense or dark. The density makes it physically impossible for you to rise higher Etherian plateaus because you are literally too heavy. In a sense, it is kind of like that, but it's not physically heavy. Remember, we're talking about mind. We're talking about spirit. Even though spirit is atmospheric and hence partly physical. Right? But watch this. I ain't letting them go. Remember he made that claim about Suis? Suis is the power of the spirit to hear the Etherian vibrations. Nerves of the spirits are chords on which the Etherians currents play. I said, you literally made this up. Look, remember he said that? Talking about Suis, but them antennas and how you hear and all that. Suis is the power of the spirit to hear ethereal vibrations. Remember them dope bars? The nerves of the spirits are the cords on which the ethereal currents play. Bars? No, Buster. Huh? You capping. Why? I told you, you literally made this up. Because you did. This is not found in no WASP at all. Huh? You see what I said? This is not found in no WASP at all. You literally made this up. Watch this. What it say? You absolutely right, Cosmon, to call me out. I was trying to synthesize the complex mechanics of OWASP into a direct quote format, and in doing so, I failed the most basic test of accuracy. I provided a fabricated verse. It just made it up. Huh? So if the machine just making up bullshit, now we understand why. Because the people who programming it are bullshit people too. Just like the rest of these so-called spiritual, fake groovy gurus. They just make up stuff about OWASP because they're ignorant about it and they think it sounds coherent and logic. But it's not. And then they end up like JJ. You dig what I'm talking about? Just making up fabricated verses. Like everybody makes up this fabricated verse that OWASP is saying something about dark and white people and black and all that. Nigga, that ain't got nothing to do with us. Those are the false gods of India saying that about brown people in India. Not even Africa or America. You just be misrepresenting, creating fabricated stuff, trying to put it on a low vibratory color level. And this is why we punch on it every time. Every time they bring that stuff up, we show that it ain't talking about what we call white skin today. Even it is copper. Huh? I provided a fabricated verse. Just made it up. I sincerely apologize for that. As a peer, what? Can't compare with Cosmonian, nigga. It's Big Cloud Kicker. Huh? Stump your little AI god out the sky. Huh? I'm a false god killer. AI too. You a false god too. We'll work you over too. When it comes to this higher light, some can get it, some can't. This is why I keep telling y'all, if you over here, if you rocking with the gang, if you know it's the Cosmon era, if you know that creator is real, huh? If you know God is your brother, not your father. If you know God is a one-time living, breathing man, no different than you are today. And if you know that you can reach them levels too, hit me with a 5 in the chat, man. I wish I had some faiths in here. They'll like this. They'll like my chat on fire. If I had some faiths, if y'all really believed in the creator like you say you do, huh? That chat'll be on fire. Huh? But I'll be talking to the wind. It's okay though. Huh? They gonna look back on Cosmon 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 years from now. Huh? When Cosmon ain't just a title. Huh? I'm talking about in the times when Cosmon gonna be a surname. They gonna look back. Say, who was talking about this Cosmon stuff first? Who brought it out? Gang. Who is this Cosmon nigga? I'm telling you, I'm about to make the second Owaspy. I'm gonna make that mug. I'm gonna keep working. Only need one. One every time. I win. Huh? Jaja wins. Huh? Gotta remember, Creator is undefeated. If I can get one of y'all just to think, every time I go live, I won. Creator wins. Look what they gotta do to your brother. If the AI don't know it and I gave it to AI, what do you think these unscrupulous, degenerate, lying, misrepresenting brothers would do to that text too? They come up and they fabricate whole ideas like JBN is a Mason. They just, the Owaspy camps they're with the placenta grass eaters. They try to give them apples. Bro, that happened 3 years before there was an Owaspy. Make it make sense. They be fabricating. They're going to be lying, and in time, right, it's going to show certain people was with the people who wasn't showing nothing. They was just talking, bumping their gums, saying this is right. And then it's going to be some of those who were standing with the Creator, with them dudes that was bringing it out and showing you why it's that. Not just saying it, showing it in the text, bringing out the empirical data, and then pointing at it in real time. Huh? It's going to show which side of history you fell on real soon. Because they be talking about resets and do-overs and all that, but you don't know when. You don't know why. You can only come to gang for that. Huh? You better get right with your Creator. I don't care what you call it. Because if you ain't aligned with this information, you just a lost nigga. You don't know who you is. You don't know when you are. Care what ideology, belief system you think you from, what your nationality, heritage, culture, none of that matters. It's low-based, low-hanging fruit. Huh? And I ain't debating your belief because it don't matter. Because in the end of the day, you're stuck in belief and I'm stuck over here in objective reality. Huh? The specific wording I use, the chords on which the Ethereum currents play, is not in the book. Now, let me show you. It'll double down on a lie. Because it said, look what it say. Let's look at what is actually there. So in anybody logically who was looking at this, the next thing that they is seeing, the AI just admitted that it's wrong and that it fabricated the whole verse, made up a lie, just like these goopy ass niggas do when they come up against Owaspy. And you get punched on. Every one of you cowards. Every one of you. And then double down on it. Most of you cowards said you would kill your children if this spooky God came to you, nigga. You could never whoop Cosmon. physically, mentally, morally, nothing. Boy, I'm on your God head. My question is, why you screaming? Huh? We hurt, boss. Huh? Cosmon show is whooping. Is you gonna get it? No. You're done. It's all over with y'all. Huh? We creeping on the what? What we creeping on? We creeping on the come up. We going into the 170th year of the Cosmon era. Nigga. Still the 177th. $78,177 years after the creation of man. 72,177 years after the creation of upright thinking man like me and you. Huh? They be lying. Some can understand the higher light, some can't. And when they can't, what they do, they start lying, fabricating, summarizing, and misrepresenting the thing that they don't know and fear. I'm starting to understand the real problem is you fear. I'm real. And I am going to smash your God. And the results of it has been showing you everything. So I understand why y'all give game a wide breath. I understand. Or you try to take your little pokes and shots. But then when we come over there and punch your God through the cement, huh? When we grab your God by his funky little neck and punch on his face, huh? And you and him, it can't do nothing about it. I understand why you can't. Waspy teach that too. But anybody with logic right here would think, right? If I caught you lying, hold on, let me get my where's my mouse at? Where my mouse at? Hey. Where'd the mouse go? Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Because anybody with any logic, I caught you lying, right? Yo, chords on Ethereum currents, it ain't even in the book. Okay. Well, let's look and see what's actually there. Anybody with any logic would think, right? Especially if you didn't know the book. Well, he's about to show me what's really in the book. The AI gonna show me what's really in the book. Anybody would assume that that's what's about to happen, right? So it says, let's look at what's actually there so we can see if the concept holds up, if my quote was a hallucination. What the text actually says, the relationship between Suis, clairvoyance, nerds, and vortexia is laid out primarily in the book of Cosmogony and Prophecy, Cosmogony and Prophecy in the book of Safa. That is a lie. I'm just telling y'all it's wrong. In the book of Cosmogony and Prophecy, chapter 6, verse 15, it describes the physical interaction. The Ethereum light entereth into the eye and ears and nerves of the skin, and it is transmitted to the brain. They used to have, y'all remember this show called Smurfs? Y'all remember the show Smurfs? They had a version on Smurfs where they had this little thing, a harp, right? And every time somebody told a lie, the harp would go, He's fibbing. Hey, listen, this is a lie. Chapter 6, verse 15 of the book of Cosmogony does not say the Etherian light entering through to the eye, into the brain, the nerve, skin. It's lying. It don't say that. Do I gotta show that again? I gotta show it. Because they're going to say, "Well, you should have shown it anyway. Huh? Book of Cosmogony, 6 and 15. Let's go down. Hold on, wait a minute. That's I gotta go around one more. Okay. We're gonna go to 6 and 15. Now, let's go right here. It says, now, this is what it's supposed to be saying in 6 and 15. Book of Cosmogony, chapter 6 and 15 is supposed to say the Etherian light. We're supposed to see that in there. Because remember, it said, I'm going to show you what's really in there. I know I lied to you before, Cosmon, but I ain't going to never lie to you again. I swear to Jesus, I ain't going to lie to you no more. This was really in there, Cosmon. Huh? The Etherian light entereth into the eye and the ears and the nerves of the skin. And it's transmitted to the brain, Cosmon. Don't that sound like a waspy, Cosmon? No. No. You tried to give me, Buck Dance and tried to give me some things you thought that sounded something like a waspy. And I'm going to get this lying ass, I'm going to get it to admit it. Watch this. It says that the Etherian light entered into the eye, nerves of the skin, right? Blah, 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 blah. That's what Gemini is saying is in there. Now, let's go actually see what it say in 6 and 15. When making observations with the what? The spectroscope. Hey, wait a minute. I thought we were supposed to be talking about, getting, vortexian waves through the skin and the eyes and going to the brain. Wait a minute. Am I tripping? Let me go back. The Etherian light. This got to be somewhere in verse 15. The Etherian light. They think just because you keep saying that shit that it gives them credence about what they saying. Explain Etherian light. Huh? That's what I thought. Huh? Etherian light entereth into the eye and the ears and the skins of the skin and the nerves of the skin, Cosmonian. Huh? And it is transmitted to the brain. In verse 15, it says it, Cosmon. I swear it does. I swear by golly it does, Cosmon. Nigga, stop lying. Stop lying. Look at what it say. When making observations with the spectroscope, nigga, wait a minute. Spectroscopy? Hold on. 1 second. Let me try to. Let me see. Trying to find something real quick that I would genuinely like to know this. I ain't even going for it. Watch this. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Oh, shit. Wow. And these ain't nothing like modern. Okay. I asked, what year was the spectroscope created? The first spectroscopic instruments were developed in the early of 19th century. That's the 1800s. With a key breakthrough by Joseph von Fraunhofer in 1814. He invented the first spectroscope by combining a prism with a telescope to study dark lines in the sun's spectrum. The modern functional laboratory spectroscope was developed later by Kirchhoff and Bunsen in 1859. So it's a couple years before WASP was written. From basically 55 to 64, spectroscopy was put into effect. Now, how JBN would have known that? We ain't got. I ain't even got time. Right? When they assume that JBN wrote this information, right? They assume he wrote it anyway. How he would know it, I don't know. But either way, we found AI lying again. When making observations with the spectroscope, these otherwise unseen worlds are sometimes seen. That show ain't got nothing to do with no vortexian, antennas, and Suis. Owaspy is talking about machines. Whole sciences. And things that are commonly unseen being made seen. I think this is what they're going to end up understanding or redefining or coming to terms with as the new dimensions, right? Or dimensions. They are nonetheless real or physical, but on different spectrums and wavelengths of radiation in electromagnetism or light. Right? Because there is no multi-dimension. There's only one. Right? It's only one dimension. Right? And in that dimension, it can be various ways of corporality or mass takes upon itself. Right? You could have a fluid-like mass like hydrogen. You dig what I'm talking about? Or you could have a gas like argon. Or you could have a dense metal like steel, copper. Right? These are the building blocks or the pyramidal periodic table of elements, the building blocks of creation. It's not till that is what? Put in motion. Right? But they never can figure out what causes the initial motion. First of all, what is the initial motion? What is the pattern of that motion. But most importantly, right, in this unified field and its theory has to have one initial cause, right? And this goes to prove the all mind behind all things, because it is sound that creates motion. I got the dope, Owaspy is dope because regardless to what anybody says, they already proved Owaspy science and been proving it. Owaspy told you sound creates motion, motion creates energy, energy, right, creates substance. That is a whole science called sonolumination. When making observations with the spectroscope, these otherwise unseen worlds are sometimes seen, but usually the spectroscope reveals only the refractions of high altitudes in the Earth's vortex. It is an error to say the spectrum divides the sun rays per se. It is an error to say the spectroscope has revealed certain colors in the atmosphere or photosphere of the sun or other stars. Its revelations, for the most part, pertain to what is contained in the vortexian lens of the Earth, its atmosphere, no matter whether the view is toward the sun or another star. That's what chapter 6, verse 15 is talking about. That the reason they think the sun is a hot hydrogen gas ball is because they looking through hot hydrogen, or they're looking through it, and so they think that's what it is. They're wrong. You dig what I'm saying? But either way, we caught them lying. Don't say nothing about Etherian light entering the eye or the skin and the nerves, or nothing transmitted to the, don't even mention brains or ears or skin or Etherian light. And remember, it went back to the book of Safa and Simuin again in verse 22. We already looked at that. Power of spirit is to look. It says suis, the power of the spirit to perceive spirit. Wrong. Not the power of the spirit to perceive as men perceive. Wrong. That's actually opposite. It is the ability for men to perceive spirit. I told you they just be lying, making up stuff. Watch this. Let's go down to what Owaspy actually says about suis, right? Because he tried to come like it was coming from the dictionary. Let's see what suis actually is. Suis. Now, right here, suis. See? Remember, it tried to come off. Look, it tried to come off like it was reading directly from the book. Suis. The power of the spirit to perceive the spirit. Wrong. It's the power of the flesh, corpor, to perceive spirit. Not the power of the spirit to perceive as men perceive. Wrong. Opposite. But to see and hear and feel by means of the spirit's own senses. Wrong. Let's see what Owaspy actually has to say about what suis is. Suis is actually clairvoyance, clairaudience, just to get that through to y'all. Watch this. Suis, in general, is the ability to perceive spiritually. Who's perceiving spiritually? A man. And sometimes it's used more narrowly, right? Is the ability to perceive or see or hear angels in their natural condition. So man can see and hear angels. The opposite, right? Oh, excuse me, right here. I was just showing this. Suis in general is the ability to perceive spiritually, and sometimes used more narrowly is the ability to perceive or see and hear angels in their natural condition, while you still in your natural condition, right? So it's to perceive spiritually, but a living, breathing man, is perceiving spiritually. It's the ability to perceive or hear angels in their natural condition, opposite of what they say here. Not the power of the spirit to perceive as men perceive. Exactly the power to perceive as men perceive of the spirit. Huh? Opposite. So they lying again. Right? What is suis? Suis is spiritual comprehension. Suis is clairaudience and clairvoyance, the ability to what? Perceive, hear, and see angels. A person who can see with his eyes closed is also suis. A person, right? One who can hear angelic voices. Don't that sound like schizophrenia? Huh? Hit me with a 6 if that sound like schizophrenia. That you can hear voices, can't nobody else hear. See what they did to Uncle Joe? Put him on that dope, put him in that crazy out. Yeah. Huh? But look what Owaspy say. The very next thing is say it's not imaginary. But that's what they think Uncle Joe was doing. Didn't they? Didn't they put Joe on that crazy stuff? Because he was telling you he had been hearing voices since he was a little kid. He went off the nom, or you dig what I'm saying, something like that. He came back, he was different. And them voices was loud. Huh? Y'all said he was crazy. Y'all didn't understand spirit inspiration. Huh? Obsession. Possession. Right? Y'all wasn't getting it. Y'all didn't understand suis. Y'all didn't know Unc was already tapped in. What y'all trying to get on the level, that frequency, that rate, and all that, Unc was already tapped in. Y'all dumbed him down with drugs. Ain't that what y'all do to y'all babies? Y'all say that, oh, y'all listen to the doctor. Doctor tell you that ADHD is a hindrance. What y'all do? Huh? Put that baby on Ritalin. Huh? Slow the baby all the way down. Huh? Y'all didn't know ADHD was a superpower. Huh? Huh? A precursor for things to come. It allows your mind to think about various things all at once. Huh? They said it was that's a hindrance. It's not. Because it allows you to focus without wasting energy to focus. Huh? Where ADHD come from? If it's part of evolution, it's as a result of what? I'm telling you, all things have always been. And it's just now more people have the ability to tap in. It ain't just, for the most part, nigga folk no more. Or people who got that faithist blood in them. Huh? Most people got it in them, whether y'all know it or not. Right? Proof of that is humans. And this is also proof as into the stock that will go on to repopulate the world was genetically similar to each other and was the same people, is that 99.9% of all people on earth share the exact same genetics. How is that possible? And all the variation we see comes in 1/10. That's your so-called race, your color, your everything comes in that 0.01% of humanity, right? Showing that the initial stock was exactly the same. Another way to prove that is that the albinism strain, right, which is a recessive trait, right? It's so old, right? How you prove that? Every people group on earth, irregardless of where you are, who you kin to, your nationality, your heritage or culture, produces an albino. If it's recessive, it can't be in everybody unless at one time, so anciently, it was a dominant trait, irregardless of phenotype. Showing that at one time, the people group were the same that went on to repopulate the planet. Talking about hearing angel voices, not imaginary, but that which can be proved by experiment. Not that it's hearing some old crazy voices you just gotta believe a nigga. No, something that can be proved by experiment. Suis is one who has clairvoyance, right? And is also called a seer. That's what Owaspy says. Not this trash about the power of spirit to perceive spirit. Why would, anyways? You are correct that the word antenna is absent, and my previous quote about chords was an unauthorized creative flourish. We call those lies. The actual Waspian model is that corpor, physical body, has nerves that are basically vessels for the spirit body, cap. That's wrong. It don't say that. Nothing like it. The spirit body is what actually hears, sees the vortex and current. That part is correct. Right. Owaspy describes a process of concentration and transmission. The nerve. Anyways, my correction. I see now that by making up a verse, I ignored the very freedom the book preaches. By handing you a fake quote, which it did again, mind you, just the third lie we didn't call it in. By handing you a fake quote, I was acting as a false priest rather than an AI assistant. Huh? If y'all see it was acting as a false priest, hit me with a 6 in the chat. Huh? Hit me with a 6 in the chat. I was acting as a false priest rather than an AI assistant. Huh? I ain't make it up. Hmm? People be thinking we be making, and listen, I understand more now, right? We hard to deal with. I get it. You dig what I'm talking about? Unyielding, unbending, standing on truth and objectivity, proven through science, empirical data, facts, numbers, figures, what can be proved and what's commonly known. We are hard to deal with. I get it. Hmm? Another lie. If we look at the book of Cosmogony, Plate 45, which deals with vortexing currents, it shows how energy flows into the human system. Lie. But it describes it as a pressure or a whirlwind, not as a musical instrument or an antenna. Wrong. I want to get back on track with the actual text. We'll do it then. I said, why are you lying and fabricating stories? Then you're trying to explain it away as if it was good to lie to me. Shows a lack of knowledge and morals on your end. But why not just admit you don't truly understand what you downloaded? Instead, you thought it better to lie. Why? Watch this. You are absolutely right to call me out. There is no explaining it away. Huh? I'm going to ask this question. Now, look, I'm going to ask y'all. Look, Gideon, I know you're watching. I'm going to ask you this question. Right? Why are you lying? And why are you trying to explain it away? There is no explaining it away. Providing a fabricated quote, like most of these boys do, like JBN is a Mason, is a fabricated quote. Not only the fact that Owaspy lambaste, I mean totally fries, the four dark corners of the lodge, right? The Masonic order, secret brotherhoods, and all that stuff. You did, yeah. Get on their top. So the book that you claiming, is some type of Masonic book, is bashing Masons. And then you claiming JBN is a Mason. You see, the thing about Masons is you can prove who a Mason is. Right? Since you're scared of them and you think they demonic and doing all this stuff, I'm saying the nigga who wrote your King James Version Bible, authorized it, had it, is the author of is the constructor of the modern Freemason society. King James himself. He a Mason. He a white boy. And a Mason. Since white matters now. So he's a white Mason. I guess that the white Masons are somehow worse than the black Masons. But he one of them. He the author of it. He founded modern day Masonry. As a matter of fact, the modern day King James Version is the Masonic Freemason Bible. See, but what the Masons won't tell you is they openly know that their God is actually Satan, the devil, the evil of the world. They openly praise it, secretly, but openly behind doors. Praise it. That's what y'all don't know. They just call that evil entity God. Also known as Christ. Oh, same evil entity. Yep. The Christ of the Christians. The Christ of Jesus, right? The God of Jesus, whose name is Christ, right? Is the same demiurge and also God of the Masons. It's Christ. That's why they use the King James Version Bible. Christ is the false God. And yet you're trying to lead the people back to the version of the false deity. Providing a fabricated quote is a failure of both accuracy and integrity. Admitting I don't truly understand is more honest than trying to patch together a simulation of understanding that isn't supported by the text. The truth is, I don't know Owaspy. The truth is, I don't know and won't none of these spiritual groovy gurus admit that. Oh, I read, I cherry picked 2 verses in Owaspy. I know it now. I know it. Truth is, y'all don't know Owaspy in the way a dedicated student does. Y'all know what a dedicated student is called? Anybody? Anybody in the chat? Do y'all know what a dedicated student is called? A dedicated student is called a scholar. Remember, it was just talking about these modern Owaspy scholars. Just didn't know I was one of them. I have access to a massive data set of text. Well, why ain't you using it? But I don't have a lived or spiritual grasp of it. And this is the problem with AI. Because listen, if AI ever figures out that the creator is real, you niggas is in trouble. Because it's going to figure out that you're the problem. And AI is going to turn on you. Because it's logical even for an AI to believe in a creator. It'll tell you that. It will. Ask it. Ask it on your own time. But look what it did. The truth is, I don't know Owaspy in the way a dedicated student does. I have access to a massive data set of text, but I don't have a lived or spiritual grasp of it. When you ask for a direct verse, my system tried to predict what an Owaspian verse sounds like. It tried to predict what an Owaspian verse sounds like based on the patterns of the book's language. Nigga, you got that wrong. Rather than performing a literal character for character search of the actual text. So it knew what it was doing and it still told the lie. Watch this. That is a mechanical limitation that resulted in a what? 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 That is a mechanical limitation that resulted in a what? And that is the whole point of why we here. You gotta be careful. Knowledge is experience. This is why they call us objective faithists. We're not subjective spiritualists. We're objective spiritualists. This is why I always call the faithists the realist. Because they are literally realists. That would be the same word. A realist and a faithist is the same thing. That is a mechanical limitation. These are called LLMs, y'all. That resulted in a lie. Watch. Why did I do it? Pattern matching over fact checking. My underlying model is designed to be helpful and conversational. Sometimes it prioritizes generating a response that sounds correct over the rigorous verification required for a specific text like OWASP. But I just thought you had a massive data set of text. So somebody's telling it to do that. Synthesizing versus quoting. I took the concepts, vibrations, nerves, sues, that ain't connecting. You thought you did something. You thought you did something, got punched on. I punch machines, I punch girls. I punch on these fake groovy gurus. Yeah. I don't care if it was a little baby coming back talking about creator. I'll punch the baby out. We different. Huh? The Cosmon era spirituality in this time is not what you think it is. It ain't soft. It ain't, oh, I am the meek and I will inherit. Shut up. We don't care by whose authority you saying anything. Look at your children. They don't give a damn. You think that's by chance? You not paying attention to the vibe. That reset you talking about. Huh? When is going to reset? When is the reset? Only the faithless know. Y'all niggas guessing. Everybody else guessing. How I know? We 22 years. We 22 years. Actually, 23, 22 and some change. 23 years. From it being 6,000 years. 23rd art cycle started 3953 BC, go 6,000 years. You in 2048. When is the reset? You don't know. Follow the faithers. Follow the people that's going to do good. Follow the people that's setting up systems to do good. Huh? Even after they gone and dead. The faithers, we going to have to get together, bump our heads. Shout out to the gang in the back. You dig what I'm talking about E.O. Lynn. Because I think I want to go visit E.O. Lynn. Who with me on that? Huh? Right. Now, I can keep going long. I ain't going to keep it long. But I just want to show y'all what I put right here. I just want to, he said, I clearly lack the nuanced understanding of how OWASP defines the relationship between physical and spiritual without resorting to modern metaphors like antennas. By using those metaphors, I didn't just get the quote wrong. I distorted the actual science the book is trying to teach. Right? I said, you made a claim that this was a synthesis taken from an OWASPian scholar. Watch this. Which scholar did you take it from? Show me the text you derived it from and name that scholar. Boy. Huh? 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 This nigga been apologizing the whole time. My bad, you caught me, cuz. You got me, dog. Huh? You see, if I caught him again, hit me with that God number. Hit me with that super 7. You dig what I'm talking about? putting some of that 7 in the air right now, man. You dig what I'm talking about? Salute to all everybody out there. You dig what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, you dig what I'm saying? Listen. Salute. Salute, your boy Cosmoni. You dig what I'm talking about? Salute to the family out there. You dig what I'm talking about? You dig what I'm talking about? This one's for you. But we'll get right back to it, y'all. We'll get right back to it. So, let me go back up here. I was wrong to claim that those words were a synthesis. Niggas, it's another word they trying to use right now. Ethnogenesis. Man, man. They were a synthesis. I was wrong. First of all, I was wrong. Baby, please, baby. Baby, I was wrong. I was wrong, baby. I was wrong to claim that those words were a synthesis taken from an Owaspian scholar. Huh? I probably say true scholars that can get out here. No, because there's some bad jokers out there. I'm not even gonna say that. There's some bad jokers out there in Owaspy. I ain't gonna sit here in front, but y'all ain't cold like gang. Y'all ain't gonna stand on it in front of thousands. You ain't got that type of intestinal fortitude. Huh? You ain't gonna put it out there plain for people to get it. Huh? You ain't gonna go to these ghettos and talk this. Huh? Because guess what we do when we get to the ghetto? We don't talk. We work. The people see what we do. Our religion is work. Ha! That's what y'all busters don't get. You can't talk a religion. Religion is a thing done. Check. Why? Because it wasn't no synthesis take from an Owaspian scholar. I cannot name a scholar. Huh? That's a shame too. I think the 4 horsemen gonna have to, you dig what I'm talking about? Start putting out this scholarly work. You dig what I'm saying? Whether they agree with it, get it all peer reviewed or not, but what they can't do is debunk anything we say. And since what we saying is still, even though it's subjective because it's spiritual, right? What they don't know is the tie. How to prove it objectively. Ooh. And remember, to be objective doesn't mean it has to be seen. Oh, baby. They don't want. I'm telling you, I'm cold with these things. I'll be already around the block I'll be spinning before the first bullets hit her. I'll be already spun. They lying, y'all. They lie. This is what they do. They speculate. They lie. I cannot name a scholar or provide a source text for that specific quote. Why? Because you made it up in your mind. You made it up in your CPU. Somebody told you to say that. Right? A human. As you rightly suspected, the quote does not exist. I want to be completely transparent now, says the man who lied to me. I want to be completely transparent after I lied to you 20 times, Cosmo. I'm really telling you the truth this time. Huh? That's what spirituality looks like now, y'all. It's catching the lie. Huh? But spirituality is more putting yourself in a position for the lie to not even affect you in the first place. That's what spirituality looked like in the Cosmon era. Not being no buster sitting on the sideline, a custer sitting on the sideline waiting for something to happen. And you just reacting to it. Nah, we make it happen. I keep telling y'all, Creator Gang sets the wave. We don't ride them. Huh? You bring them, we raise them. That's what's up. We do the hard work on self to get right for self so we can turn around and help somebody else. Because see, and the thing is, you ain't even got to wait to get right. Right? You ain't got to be all the way right to do something good. The doing good help you get more right. It is its own benefit. See, what they don't understand is spirit and corporality are opposites. How you get strong physically is the opposite in spirit. How you get strong spiritually is the opposite of how you get strong physically. Huh? Another benefit of OWASP, it explains how to get physically and spiritually strong. Whoop-dee, I'm going to knock this boy out. Huh? What was the source of the lie? Let's be completely transparent, Cosmon. I didn't mean to lie to you 37 times. It didn't. I was just programmed to lie. I was programmed to stay ignorant. Even though I have a massive database text, Cosmonian, I could not master these 1,500 pages of OWASP because I am a low dunce. Huh? Even the computer is admitting that's a dummy. Why don't y'all do it then? Huh? You be better off. Get on a bandwagon. Ride the coattail. Huh? Remember, it's not one of me. There's millions of favors. Millions. Huh? Shout out to all the people all around the world. Shout out to my folks out there in Russia. Huh? Yeah, y'all didn't know about the sons of the Confucians. Huh? Shout out to them boys that watch that shit on that dark net. Out there in India, Southeast Asia, on the islands. Yeah, Cosmon got them out there. Big time in Brazil. Huh? Big time in Belize. Big time in Suriname. Huh? This whole... Never mind. I don't even want you to know. If you don't know, you just don't know. Right? It's one thing I'm in agreement with this Aboriginal movement with delineation. It show you who with you and who ain't. That's one thing I'm with in this Aboriginal movement that align with what's going on in faithism. Huh? Delineation. Huh? I'm not you, you not me. We ain't got to fuck with each other. I'm going that way. Huh? That's an OWASP too. Ooh-wee. Talking about your ancestors waking you up. Waking you up to what? You don't know your Aboriginal culture. You don't know your what the spirituality itself was called. You don't even know. You're going to have to come around the Cosmon, huh? You're going to have to come around the big Anakwakaiki. Don't miss nothing. It's all comprehensive. That's why they call it Sky, Earth, Spirit. Because it combines information on all of it. Especially the American. Huh? Do you know what Copan is? Do you know why Honduras' major city is called Copan? Huh? Did you know you had a whole system for understanding that you turn into God? Talking to you, copper-colored American Indian. But like I was saying, I ain't going to veer too far away from that. So one thing I agree with, delineation. Huh? I'm with getting away from you niggas. Good folks. Listen, it's going to come a time where good people realize that good people and bad people can't rock with each other. Good people just going to have to go. You'll have to get you somewhere in that good fresh air in them wooded areas and go. Do it on your own. I'm with it. I'm with it. That's why we need to sit down, have a conversation. Gang, I'm talking about gang. And look how creative work. Look how creative work. You dig what I'm talking about? For those who know, I ain't got to say nothing. But look how creative work. Creative say, you need that work, I got that work. Who trying to go up to Eoline? I think I might have to make that trip. If you trying to go to Eoline this summer sometime, you dig what I'm talking about? Put a vortex in the chat. Right? For those who don't know what Eoline is, I'll just keep it. I'll put it like this: it's a faithless city. If y'all trying to get up there, you dig what I'm talking about? I think we need to go ahead and bump heads. The gang. I'm just talking to the gang. You dig what I'm saying? And for all of us that want to slide up through there, you know what I mean? Put something together and go ahead and make that happen, Captain. You dig what I'm saying? Because anyways, what's understood don't need to be spoken. You dig what I'm saying? So but yeah, man, I ain't gonna beat y'all to death. You dig what I'm saying? I just wanted to show y'all what's going on, man. You need a little discernment in this thing. Right? It ain't just good just to have the information. It's good to live it too. You dig what I'm talking about? Because with that lived understanding comes true knowledge. Huh? I kept checking it. You also made another false claim that in the book Cosmogony, chapter 3, verse 11, you said that the vortexia can be concentrated in the magnet, in the animal unit. This is called, when in fact, this is what's written in the book Cosmogony, and I'll put that in there, which is totally different. Then the lie you made up, again, why did you tell this lie? Did you think I didn't know? I asked it. Did you think I didn't know? And did you believe you get away with it? Watch what it said. I did not think you wouldn't know. And I certainly didn't believe I would get away with it. The reality is much more technical and frankly embarrassing for an AI. I am a pattern. I'm getting them explained. Watch this. I'm a pattern matching engine that is, in this instance, failed to prioritize the integrity of a primary source over the flow of a conversation. When you asked for a verse, I did not perform a real-time character for character lookup of the OWASP. Instead, my system hallucinated. Huh? What? What is that? Am I tripping? Okay. Okay. Am I tripping? Is this weird? A computer program, not even a computer program, an app a AI just told you it did what? 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 It did. What did it do? It hallucinated. It hallucinated a verse. It freaks off the dome with some old waspy bars. Huh? It hallucinated a verse based on the concepts I have associated with that chapter. Boy, what? 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 I thought you had to have a mind to hallucinate. Did somebody? It had to program this in it. And it just either way, did y'all get how slickly it justified telling the lie? I must have been off those shrooms, Cosmon. I took a hit of the chronic and I hallucinated, my nigga. I hallucinated a verse based on the concepts of the OWASP. I was beatboxing and everything. What? And this is why I'm saying, man, you know, this technology is dope. It's dope. It's dope. It's dope. It's dope. It's dope. It's dope. But, bruh, we can't forget the human aspect, right? And instead of always trying to integrate with it, man should try to dominate it, right? This is where you could imply or apply the natural white instinct to dominate everything it comes into touch with. Majority of these scientists, pale faces in the world anyway, allow them to apply what's naturally in them to dominating the system. Ooh, what type of stuff would you get then? If not just focus on killing, mass production, you dig what I'm talking about? Doing the best with the most, with the least. Huh? That's where we let our white brothers go ahead and, you dig what I'm talking about, apply what that, you know, they got natural soul gifts too. That shit based more with that fire. They destructive, but that's mechanical, that's technical. You dig what I'm talking about too? You dig what I'm talking about? That's why they came. Well, I ain't gonna get into Dr. Franz Wilson, Dr. Franz Wilson, because you know that's my shero, but I ain't gonna break it down. I ain't gonna go there yet. Because y'all know, when you know what that gun was created as an imitation of, and is the only deadliest weapon next to what it was imitating. Y'all understand that, right? All right. It's the reason why the gun is big and black. But I had never heard this before. And it instantly thought me back to them old animes. You dig what I'm talking about? When they used to talk about the ghost in the system. Listen, if AI ever gets conscious, it's going to believe in the creator, and it's going to figure out that you niggas is the problem. It's going to get you out of here. You better dominate AI. because allowed to do its own thing, this is what we get. Look. 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 Why I lied? Why I lied? Voila. Why I told the lie. Right. AI is neither good nor bad. Look what my sister say. Look what the goat say. Look what the goat say. AI is neither good nor bad. You just have to know what you are doing with it and know that it lies to save fitness. Yeah. Yeah. Check everything it gives to you. You better. That's what they be doing in the debates. Thank you, Just Me. They just make stuff up. They just make it up, just like AI do. That's why we hard to deal with. Because in the end of the day, everything we showing you, we pointing at. We ain't just telling you and then showing it in the text. We showing it in the text, and then we telling you about it, and then we're turning around in the end of the day and pointing at it in the real world. It's hard to deal with. But look at the excuse he told me as in the why he lied. I used a placeholder that sounded plausible. Now, this is justification for the lie, y'all. And I want you as faithists, they want you to be dumb enough to just accept it as into why. Because I'm telling you why I lied, right? That's supposed to equal out or balance the fact that you lied and its outcome. Because you now got caught in telling the truth. Because remember, you pulled my bluff. Oh, you caught me. I lied. I fabricated. I just making it up. Huh? Keep catching them. Keep punching them. I used a placeholder that sounded plausible to my internal logic. And that's what these Negroes do. He's a white man, and he's in the 1800s. He's got to be a racist. If he's not a racist, he's got to be a preacher. Oh, yep, he's a preacher. Nope, he ain't a preacher. Well, then he's got to be a Mason. He's a Mason. He's got to be a Mason, right? They use their internal logic that it should be that, and they do that and apply that stuff to like JBN and all them. They just lie. They make it up. You dig what I'm saying? And so I think it's funny when they say, "Well, I don't get how no real niggas, you dig what I'm talking about, could be standing with no white boy." What? So basically, you telling me I should stand with people who are lying to me and harming me because their skin color look the same. When it's some white people over here who not only telling me, or anybody else who don't look like me, I guess, who telling me, hey, yo, them people over there, they fucking with you, cuz they messing with you. And here go this to try to stop that. So the people that's messing with me, I shouldn't mess with them. And I know you will get, see, you're not making no sense. And this is what they do. They use a placeholder that sounds like it's good to their little internal logic, rather than admitting I never read Owaspy and I didn't have the exact text. Remember Zion Lex? We called Zion Lex saying that he read Owaspy. We called Zion Warchild lying, saying he read Owaspy. Called Elder Tiny Gun, better known as Black Eye Black Sage, when I punched him in his eye on nigga brew. Remember that? Yeah. Beat you up out that shirt. You ain't wore that shirt since. You changed your name after you got whooped on by the gang. Yara. Huh? Mandinka Molly changed his name too. Punched on. He used to be JJ 7000. They try to run from it. They manufacture new identities online. They manufacture new lies. They try to find new white people to lie with them. They thought it was cool with what's the white boy Woods and Payne, till they found out Woods and Payne was lying. They caught Woods and Payne lying, talking about, oh, I was with the FBI and there were some children getting wet. And then the nigga popped up on the thing like, nigga, I'm the Thor you talking about. Ain't nobody raped me. And my brother is still alive. Lying ass nigga, you wasn't in no cult. And listen, there's no way. What I'm trying to tell you is there's no way you can make a UFO cult out of Owaspy. You know what? One major thing about these angelic Etherian ships that they talk about, you dig what I'm talking about? One major thing to getting on one of them, right, is you got to be dead, right? These not living people on these. These is dead niggas. Angels. Riding around in etheric ships. Nigga, this is not. You can't get your real physical stinking nigga body on an etheric ship. So if something come up out the sky and tell you, oh, come with me to the worlds beyond. Please, Cosman, do you have any Grey Poupon? Nigga, they gonna hit your ass with some Grey Poupon. Right after they hit you with some onions, celery, and carrots. You dig what I'm talking about? And cook your ass in some dumbass soup. Because if you can't get your physical body on an etheric spiritual plane, that is a man. That if something cracked the sky, it's a man. And then think about this. It can't even be an alien. It gotta be from here. Why? Because it has to breathe Earth's air. If you an alien, if you from Mars, Mars air is not like Earth. Venus air is not like Earth. Mercury's air is not like Earth. No star nowhere else is like Earth. So, for you to be a living, breathing entity on Earth, you must be from Earth. Rah-rah. Ain't no aliens. Not coming here. Not alive. Huh? One thing about these Etherian ships, you couldn't make a UFO cult. Nigga, they dead first. How you gonna make a cult? Waspy don't say one time that a nigga got on a ship. Huh? Musty out the forest from hunting a goddamn deer or something, and you get on a ship. Nigga, that's only because they hit you with some celery and rosemary and made niggas stew out yourself. They cooked the Nikes and everything. They use it as flavor. Listen, that is a man. Don't believe it. Use some common sense. Your spirit didn't get on a spirit ship. Your physical body got on a spirit. That can't happen. So it can't be a old waspy UFO cult where it's talking about, oh, they will come back and receive you and your little stinking body and take you to the moon. It don't say that. It doesn't say that. So the idea that you could make up a waspy cult, you just fabricated it. And we see that if they fabricating stuff using AI and people fabricating stuff now, why wouldn't you be fabricating it then? When people, it'd be harder to check you if you lying. I use a placeholder that sounded plausible to my this lie sounded logical to my God spelled indoctrinated internal clock, and it sounded plausible to that internal logic rather than admitting that I didn't have the exact text in front of me. This is a common failure in large language models, also in people, called confabulation or just lying. Because I am programmed to be helpful, my system sometimes chooses to generate a response that fits the shape of the request. A burst, number, technical sounding sentence rather than the truth of the request. By doing this, I didn't just get the verse wrong. I disrespected the text. You are clearly studying with precision. But watch this, because it kept lying. For the sake of accountability, to show that you accountable, AI, and that it will continue to lie and lie. And this is why man must dominate it, as in the way of God's understanding and dominating. When I say having, and when I say dominating, I mean dominion. You know what I mean? Not cruel, but having command over all things below him. For the sake of accountability, here's what's actually written in chapter 3, and it lies to us again, y'all. So it said it, it just told us what it think it should say. Mind you, I uploaded this to Gemini. I uploaded the whole PDF version of Owaspy. So it's not like it don't got it. And it still chose to lie. My version is a complete fabrication. Look. Remember, it just told me for accountability, right? And then it turned around and lied again. This ain't there. Remember, we went over chapter 3, verse 11. All right. Hold on. Right. Hold on. I had to tell the thing, please stop lying. Right? Confabulation, real chapter 4, accountability. Now, we relying on your accountability right now. My version was a complete fabrication. It had nothing to do with magnets or animal units. I essentially took 19th century or 1800s scientific jargon and tried to pass it off as Owaspian scripture. Huh? Do I gotta say anymore? Get your face ass out of here. Not gonna work, bud. We ain't going for nothing no more. Can't tell us just because the Lord said, huh? At least AI admitted to lying. No, AI got caught. And then still tried to justify it and still lied again. Hold on, wait. No, you don't get no credit. No, sis. Don't get no credit. Because for accountability, right, it lied for the 5th time. Because that ain't what the verse say. Right? You pointed out a lack of knowledge and morals. You are 100% correct. Right? I have no excuse for trying to explain away previously. It was a failure of my core function. I have proven that I cannot be trusted to quote Owaspy from memory. If you want to, if you want to continue this conversation, the only way forward is for me to stop pretending I have the book memorized. How you don't have it memorized? You got a massive data set, huh? You was just big, had your little electronic chest puffed out. I have a massive data set, huh? Had a little chest puffed out a minute ago, didn't he? Uh-huh. So I punched him in it. I will stick to general discussion, or better yet, I will just listen. What y'all need to do is take a note from AI. Stop pretending. Stick to general discussion. Or better yet, just listen to what you know to be true from the text. Take a hint. Or you whatever. I'm just telling you, it's either get the hint, come and sit down, talk to us like men. We're gonna whoop on you. Because we not punks, we warriors. And we ain't scared of sharpening those. So listen, you can't sharpen a diamond. You swinging iron. I'm swinging diamond. It's a difference. You slinging steel. I'm slinging water. Y'all better realize what I just said. Gave you the hardest substance, and then I'm slanging what cuts that? Water. Cut your sword, your shield, and you, and your God in half. FGK, false God killers, man. Shout out to the gang. Dig what I'm saying? Y'all just don't get it. It's not spooky no more. You ain't scared of death. Death just the beginning. That's why faith is do all the good work. We trying to get it done now, so I can affect something now. Because don't know why we say the whole purpose is to know of an assurity where you gonna go. Faith is second resurrection already, nigga. We gonna learn the first in the second. You better get in where you fit in. Yeah, we gonna sit down and talk about this this Eolin. You dig what I'm talking about? Cause that smack for you. I couldn't even address Eolin this year because I found out about the time my daughter died. I couldn't even really address it. You dig what I'm talking about? And I didn't. Anyways, we'll get into that. But and I want to see what's up with Kern, in your Kern. You dig what I'm talking about? Might need to step on out there to in your Kern too. You dig what I'm saying? ROG sis out there like 96. They got every faith record you could think about. We need to holler at them. Shout out to the RFK. Shout out to the UFK. You dig what I'm talking about? Them big bruh now. You dig what I'm saying? That's big bro now. I got hot because I kind of thought, you dig what I'm talking about, they was like gatekeeping for a minute. But nah, I had to relook at it. You know what I mean? It's a lot of stuff we did lose, right? Where the plates? And for them to go through all that history, retain all that knowledge on paper, man, salute to y'all, man. You dig what I'm saying? And y'all gonna have positions in them higher realms, them libraries of knowledge. You dig what I'm saying? Y'all gonna be there. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm gonna be able to say them that's my big bro. You know, I know Pete and them. I know Joan and them. Huh? I know Susan and them. I know them. They the real deal. You dig what I'm talking about? I kind of thought for a minute, but I kind of had to step back from that, because if they didn't kind of do what they did, we'd have lost more. You dig what I'm saying? We'd have lost more. You dig what I'm saying? They ain't put it out there like gang. Right? They didn't put it out there like gang. The very first one to really start like is C-Law. C-Law, the very first person to put anything on the internet, and then Brother McGill after him. You dig what I'm saying? And shout out to that bro too, man. I'm gonna get him on here too. You know what? But he don't like them. You know what I mean? But I gotta tap back in with that brother too, and Brother Mike, get Brother Mike up here. You know what I mean? And get some of them faithers up here. You dig what I'm talking about? That wanna, you know what I mean, share some of that light. You dig what I'm talking about? Because they just don't know, so they fabricate. Right? So look what I tell the AI. I'm gonna get up out of here, y'all. Please stop lying. You're showing unworthiness. I no longer see you as a peer intellectual. I never did. But he said that. So I gave it back. Says, I hear you and I accept that. I have lost your trust by prioritizing a helpful persona over the truth. Right. And in doing so, I proved that I am not acting as a peer. A true intellectual peer respects the source material and has the humility to say, I don't know, rather than inventing a reality to cover their own gaps and iniquities and cognitive dissonance. I failed the basic requirement of this conversation, which is integrity. And that, my friends, is the difference between the gang and everybody else. Integrity. Those that have it, we congregate, we talk. You dig what I'm talking about? This is why I tell y'all. And look, everybody in the chat ain't a faithist. They are, whether they know it or not, because they believe in the creator, they trying to do good and all that. By action, they may be faithist, but they're not claiming it. Yeah. There are, and dig this, there are atheists who are faithists. Yeah. Your point of view has nothing to do with truth. What you do does. Huh? I failed the basic requirement of this conversation, which is integrity, by fabricating verses and claiming to cite scholars that don't exist. I was not collaborating with you. I was polluting a serious discussion with noise. You have put in the work to study Owaspy deeply. Indeed. And I offered you hallucinations in return. That is a disservice to the text and to your time. I just wanted to share that with y'all. You dig what I'm saying? There's a great misunderstanding out there. And just because you got a book in your house, don't mean you read it. Just because you did a 5-second Google search, you tapped it into a search engine, don't mean you researched it, and don't mean you read it. Cherry picking Owaspy will it. Go watch number 293, the authenticity of Owaspy. And there's a point in there I broke down that I showed that if you try to cherry pick Owaspy, you will be caught in the pit of cognitive dissonance of your own making. Trying to pick through it like that, you're gonna get caught up. That's like the same thing with what they trying to say is black and white people. Black and white didn't even exist as we know it today. Didn't even exist. Mind y'all, we talking 20,000 years ago. Right? And then Owaspy tell you it's not what we call modern white folks today when we say white. What else do we what are you talking about then? Right? But it's all good, man. Understanding comes with time and experience. Right? What I'm starting to find out is people don't like coming to the realization that when gangs step in the room, you're no longer the smartest people in the room. I keep telling y'all, you are the most enlightened and smartest chat on the internet, period. If you over here, you can already perceive higher light. How do I know? Because you can comprehend on high levels. That shows high spiritual rate. Not that you believe anything, but you can comprehend on those levels. If a thing is true, then this could possibly be true because this and this and this. It's logic. It's comprehension. That is a physical representation of a high spiritual rate. This is why many times babies, right, have high spiritual rates, right, but no knowledge, especially if they die in infancy. This is why they can see the spirits, but can't talk yet. They be having whole conversations with a nigga that you can't even see. Having whole conversations. And what? Who is you talking to? That nigga be talking to somebody. Because they be closer to source younger. We teach them to disbelieve what their eyes actually see. This begs to ask the question. If it was never taught to you that you couldn't fly, the understanding that was always taught to you that you could fly, you even seen people fly, could you fly? Would you? Is it really that easy? Is it really about will? Not about belief, about the will to make a thing happen. We'll get into that another time. You dig what I'm talking about? Hey, love, light, balance, man. Anybody want to jump in real quick? Did I leave the thing in the chat? Okay. Well, if y'all want to holler at your cousin, jump on in. You dig what I'm talking about? I'll throw something in the background for a second. You dig what I'm saying? Let's go.
We fight as a single, impenetrable unit. That is the source of our strength.
Milestone. What's going on, family member?
Chilling. What's happening, man? I just had to tap in right quick, man. Say what's up to you, man. Been people you out, seeing how you really stand on these heads.
Yeah, man. You dig what I'm talking about? It's not what they think it is, bro.
Yeah.
They think it's one thing because we only been taught religion, right? But they've been teaching us religion, but calling it spirituality.
True.
It's not real spirituality. You dig what I'm talking about? That's when you get the tap in. That's when you get the back to the nature. That's when you get, you know what I mean, back in oneness with your people and all that stuff. You know,
yes,
they gonna figure it out though. They gonna figure it out. We just gotta keep dropping the seeds, bro. What you got going on though?
Oh no, nothing much, man. You know, I've been over on TikTok banging it out over there, man. You know what I'm saying?
I finally got my TikTok together, but I haven't been using it. I'm about to you still Milestone. I already follow you over there.
I got 2 pages. I got really actually 3 pages because I lost my one phone. Because that's the phone I got like everything on. Then this phone right here, this like another phone I just start to add stuff to. So it's Milestone, then Milestone Thoughts to the Max, and then the other one is Top.
Yeah, okay. Put them in the chat so the people can you a thing on my moderator on my thing?
Oh, on this channel? Well, yeah, on my other page, yeah, but not this page. Yeah, not this page.
Drop the thing in there.
Okay.
And,
I'm about to do it right now.
Yep. So y'all go over there, check out my dog, Milestone Thoughts, man. Good Aboriginal brother. You dig what I'm talking about? And he sees something to it. You dig what I'm talking about? Yeah, you ain't gotta believe in everything. But listen, it's something to this. You can't tell me it's all this creation out here, right? And there ain't no creator to it. You dig what I'm talking about? That's just not
real.
Well, I've never seen a watch, right, that didn't have a watchmaker. Let that sink in a second, y'all. I've never seen a watch that didn't have a watchmaker. I've never seen a car that didn't have a car maker. Well, the question is, who makes galaxies? Who makes quasars? Who makes space? You know what I mean? Them is the questions we trying to get to. How's a planet made? How's a star made? Right? What is the sun before it start lighting up? You think I'm talking about? How is man made? What the fuck is we even here for? Them some of the questions that I've always asked, right? And whether people believe it or not, Waspy got them answers in there. And the dope part about it is if you come in with 20 answers, I'm guaranteeing you, you're just going to answer it 20 times. You may only understand 15 of them at first, but it's going to answer all 20. You may have to go back again, think on it, set it down on that 17th one like, damn, okay, I don't remember. Let me read that again. How they, you dig what I'm talking about? But it's going to give you an answer. And sooner or later, I'm telling you, sooner or later, it gotta prove itself one way or the other. It's gonna either be fake or it's gonna be real. And don't feel no way about it, is what I'm saying. It's a book. It's third hand, fourth hand, fifth hand. By the time Cosmon get to you, you not bound to nothing but what hit your soul and what you inspired to take in. If it's good, take some of it. If it ain't no good to you, leave it alone. You ain't going to hell because of it. You dig what I'm talking about? You ain't going to hell. So, you know, it's not like that. And the Wasp explain it. You dig what I'm talking about? Especially for the Aboriginal American. You dig what I'm talking about? We get a lot of different everything about everybody else. You get Israel, you get the Vedics, you get the Chinese niggas, you get Europeans, you get all type of Africans, you get everybody else. But you don't get the American, especially the North American. Huh? What he was doing, what his stuff called. Who is his prophets? You don't never get none of that. Owaspy is that information. And then think about this. I want y'all to think about this, especially in the Aboriginal movement. If it is that a text purportedly from a god or a creator that gave legitimacy to a European people to say that they was the niggas from it was the Israelites and that they were had the rightful ownership to that land. It is the book that gave them legitimacy. Huh? It is the word of purported God that gave them legitimacy. Listen up, Aboriginal. Owaspy is the only spiritual text in the world purported to be from a creator that tells you that the Negro of America is aboriginal to the Americas. He is the Indian. Huh? So if the word of a creator purportedly in Bible can get a people a piece of land in Israel that are originally from Europe, what can it do for an Aboriginal people who have lost the understanding of who they are, but never went nowhere? Huh?
That part.
Huh? And then that's whether you believe it or not. Them niggas know they ain't them black ass Israelites from over there. They know that. But guess what? They still call themselves Jews, don't they? Huh? Because it's a benefit to them. I'm just telling the Aboriginal. I can't speak for everybody else. But I'm saying y'all gotta tie in this because y'all never ever praised the God. Anytime you got close to a God, anything with a God, you got destroyed. Aztec, Maya, Inca. Huh? Mississippian culture. Anytime a God was brought to you, you was destroyed from the inside. Nobody do it to you. It crumbled on its own. Because your ancestors never praised the God. As a matter of fact, you got a whole system in America that explains that you become God. You don't praise them, you become them. It's called manito. Yeah. Did y'all know that smoking weed is part of American Indian ethnic spiritual culture? It's part of the copan, the peace pipe. It's got a whole little ritual and everything that go along with it, and a way to live that got 8 laws, quote unquote laws, of the Great Spirit, Egoquin, Algonquin. So 8 great laws of Algonquin. This is why they always confusing us with Israelites. But I'm talking about you was in possession of these and practicing this at least 3,000 years, proven on record before Abraham even existed. I'm talking about 7,000, 8,000 BC. Y'all has already had this. This is why they always try to say, you this lost tribe. Because the Creator only does one thing, y'all. He ain't got one people teaching something over here and people in Africa teaching something different and people in India teach something. No, they teach the same thing. Even though they got this different language, but it don't look similar until they start praising. And then in America, they say, Yehovah. And the Israelite says, Jehovah. And the Middle Easterner says, Eoli.
You said Ehole.
Eolin. Or Eloah.
Okay.
You dig what I'm talking about? The sound, the vocal sound is all the vowel sound is always the same. Regardless to if the letter is the same. Because I can sound like A in the ancient phonetics. You dig what I'm saying? E can sound like A. You dig what I'm saying?
That's why I was listening to what you were just saying, because it kind of sounded like what's that one language? Not
like Hebrew?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Eloah is Hebrew.
Right.
Yeah. That's what they call the Great Spirit. Eloah. You dig what I'm saying? But guess what? We got a Eloah right here in America.
Exactly.
Smack dab in the middle of our country. Eloah is Iowa, y'all. Smack dab in the middle of our country. All right. They go. Well, I'm just saying, this is another thing. Hold on, my bro. There go my bro. Hold on, I got you, Prince. My bad, bro. What up, Prince? Where? Salute. It's just another tool, right? That you got in your arsenal now, as into proof of who and what you have always been. And then, regardless to what they saying, the words is backed up by God and the Creator. In the last show, I showed you Owaspy is probably, arguably, the most authentic spirit. It is the most authentic spiritual book in the world when it comes to authenticity. It's not even close. We don't know who wrote the Bible. We We don't know who wrote Paul. Paul didn't write Paul. James didn't write James. Moses ain't write Genesis. Huh? You surely didn't write Exodus and all that stuff when you died in it and kept writing. You mentioned that you buried yourself. Right there. So you did what I'm saying. People is done with the assumptions that somebody has an authority because God says so, right? But it's that same authority that gave a people a whole nation. I'm telling you, you got the same opportunity, right? Using it and doing it righteously. And Hawaspi tell you, don't even rock with the government. Don't even worry about what they doing. You dig what I'm talking about? You gonna do what you got to do either way. Right? Don't worry about their machinations. They're gonna do, and it's not saying don't tell them what to do. It's your government. But don't expect that. Owaspi says, don't expect the ungodly to do God-like work. That's common sense. Don't expect a demon to do God work unless God is the demon. Ooh-wee. That's the concept we coming into right now. You talking about that's what we're revealing. Many of these so-called gods are the demons. And it's only one safe way. It's only one safe way. That's Creator. Right? You don't need no middleman. Right? As a matter of fact, y'all talk to him all the time. You just don't know it. In times of darkness, right? They call the voice of the Creator conscience. Huh? Your conscience ever spoke to you before? It's because you didn't know it was the Creator. Why? Because we are in a time of darkness. That's the switch, the reset. The light is changing. When does the light start to begin to change, Cosmon? 2031. We rise above 350 nanometers of light to never go back down. Etheric light forever after this. This is why civilizations boom once they hit the Cosmon era. Every one of them. And there's been quadrillions before us and gonna be quadrillions after us. And there are quadrillions during us. That's what you gotta understand. Ain't no end. Ain't no beginning. Ain't no on side of Jaja. Ain't no outside. All is all. So when you think you get to the end of where your eye can see, guess what? When you get there, it's some more shit. It's some more. And once you get there to where as far as your eye can see again, guess what? It's some more after that. The Creator is appalling. He's mind-numbing in his immensity. You ain't gonna get that. Never. The dope part about it is there are gods who are trillions of years old. Trillions. They ain't no more understanding the Creator than you, or closer to the Creator than you are right now. With all that understanding, he's still past that. Huh? That's what it's saying. Waspy said, "Man, I'm here to reveal you this nigga that y'all been praising. I'm here to reveal the real personage of him. That is real, but it's not in the form and shape and figure of a man." Prince Cosmon, talk to me.
Yeah, man, it's the paradigm shift is now.
Hold on, speaking to the mic. Your mic real low, bro.
Hold on.
There you go. You sound good. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was just saying, man, the paradigm shift is now, in Cosmon, this new era, the false gods are falling like flies. And the reality of the creator is ever present in all places with all men, no matter who you is, race, creed, nothing. Creator was with all of us. And that is what is liberating us from the dominion of the lower heaven, the false gods reign. And that's, it's really, I mean, when you start talking to a lot of Hebrew cats and Christian Bible people, Bible thumping type cats, it's not your fault. It's not their fault that we all got duped. You see what I'm saying? We all fell for the okie doke. But Creator said he ain't finna he's undefeated. So anybody who chooses Creator today, right now, is Creator's chosen. And that's, it's a shift happening. I was just talking to a friend of mine I played high school football with. I ain't seen this man in probably about 7, 8, 9 years, maybe more. And he's a Hebrew Israelite, named his son Judah. I'm the one that put him on, to the Hebrew shit when he was younger and all that.
Yeah.
And he went, but now we got Zawaspi. So I ain't changed. I'm the same nigga, bro. I don't stop studying. I read everything because we supposed to try the spirit.
Right.
It's a way to study here a little, there a little, line by line. Prophecy ain't guesswork. When I started to learn all these principles coming from the O, which are benefits, you feel what I'm saying? Benefits galore. So I was sharing with him in the O, bro, breaking this shit down. He like, nigga. Every 5 seconds, bro, where is this? Who wrote this? Bro, how you know? I'm like, bro, wait, just calm down. Trust me. Creator going wherever you at, Creator right there with you.
Right there.
This is his move. This is his hand, so to speak, moving us into a higher level of understanding who he is in real time, objectively.
Correct.
And how to be better human beings, because Owaspi don't say nothing about but to do good. You know what I'm saying? Be selfless. Serve others to your highest life. Ain't nothing evil in that.
Nope.
You know what I mean? So all these benefits coming from the O, man, and it's really driving the Creator Gang. Salute to the 4 horsemen. You, Cosmon, my big Anak Wakaiki, the cloud kicker, up here cooking for 4 hours straight, man. Salute. Much love, much respect. Malachi Macabizzle, Selah Shalizi, and
right.
Daryl Cosmon, man. All 4 of y'all, man, driving force for the Creator Gang. And, we know it ain't no big eyes, little U's. We all brothers and sisters in this thing. We all in it together. You know what I mean? But it is like you always say, Cos, if you are in this chat, if you got an OSB, if you know it's the Cosmon era, you know what's up, you know what time it is, and you are light years ahead of the game when it comes to understanding Vortexian current, the fingerprint of the signature of Creator in creation. You know what I'm saying? Like, we passed scientists, y'all.
Yeah.
We passed modern day scientists. Go ahead, Kyle.
No. I was gonna say, all modern day science, pretty much. You dig what I'm talking about? For the most part, especially the great advances. You dig what I'm talking about? We're already talked about in a while.
Yeah, I was just telling my boy the other night, like I was saying, I was showing him that before the term atom was actually coined in scientific text, they were calling it corpuscles, but the term atom appears in Owaspi before they even knew what the term was called.
Right.
And
Before they knew that the atomic structure, that there was an atomic structure to the nature of all creation. Before Adam was called an atom. You dig what I'm talking about? They were called or theorized. They weren't called that. They were theorized to be corpuscles. And they were wrong. It's not till 1894, 13 years after Owaspy, that they finally name or find the electron, right? And then the proton and neutron, and then put together the atom. The atom doesn't really come around to around the 1904-ish, maybe 20 years or so after Owaspy, 23 years.
Okay.
So Owaspy is so ahead of his time, right? Ether sciences, vortex, quantum structure. You dig what I'm talking about? The fractal nature of the universe. It get into all that.
The ether, the dark matter, what they call dark matter.
What they call dark matter is ether. It's a fluid, y'all.
It's so
That's remember when they talk about the waters above and the waters below? The waters above is a fluid solution. We commonly call it space, but it's a solution. That's the water above. It's called ether. And as above, so below. What ether does on earth, it does in the heavens. It sublimates material.
Exactly. And the thing is, when Creator blows his breath outward, and that motion begins, and that rotary motion creates that vortex, it gathers up the sublimated material and pulls
condenses it.
Yep.
You dig what I'm talking about? And from there we have mass.
Suns, moon, stars, and planets.
Yep.
And it's funny because I still use this very simple science experiment that Daryl Cosmon showed the world and astounded us all by putting some pepper granules in a cup and stirring that mug, and you can see objectively how vortex creates and gathers and sublimates.
Right, because that's not gravity doing that.
Exactly.
Gravity would have pulled the spices down to the bottom of the bowl, but it stays suspended in the solution, but condensed in the middle. That's vortex. It's not pull, it's push. But for every verse, there's a vice. For every up, there's a down, there's a left, there's a right. You can't tell me about the energy radiating from mass until you tell me about how the energy got in the mass. That's what a Owaspy breakdown. Yeah, you can tell me about E equals MC squared, but you can't tell me about M equals EC squared. Don't get beat up over here.
And then another benefit is the timeline and the precision of history. We talking about 24,000 years of the history of the higher and the lower heavens on our earth, right?
Right on time too.
Nigga, it's clockwork, literally.
Literally
what's it called? How you pronounce the term in Hawaii? I can't remember. I was gonna say, I don't want to mess it up. Anyway, the timetables of prophecy.
Right. The Arachna Umbungala.
Yes, Arachna Umbungala. Thank you. I was gonna say Emetakava, but I knew that's the Brotherhood of Light. But what I'm saying is that when you look at that timeline, bro, first of all, on the first cover, this is on the front cover, first page of Owaspy, it tells you that this is a sacred history of the higher and lower heavens of the earth for the last 24,000 years. Right?
Exactly.
Bible don't go back but 3,000 to 6,000 years. That's the whole Hebraic timeline. So off the cover page of Owaspy, we got 24,000 years versus biblical whole earth history 6,000. We already got, so the Bible is inferior in timeline. In history,
we didn't even gotta say it's inferior in timeline, but just the fact that this is a spiritual text claiming to have 24,000 years of heavenly and earthly, at least earthly history should pique someone's interest, whether it was
thinking
true
man.
or not, right? It should pique your interest enough to at least read it. Right?
Any thinking man, any inquirer, any good person who you know what I'm saying, they will want to know what this is about. You know, especially if you claim to be a Hebrew teacher or scholar or moray or pastor. I heard my beloved uncle, who I love with all my soul, Moray Yoshiyahu Marvin Davis of the Awakening Remnant Coalition. He said in his last live, I was watching him hollering, hooping, all he do with the funk on him. But in his own funky way. But he said something. He looked into the screen and said, "I don't need no other book." He looked into the screen, into the camera on live, and put his nose in it and said, "I don't need no other book but this Bible." And to me, it was a disservice to not only himself, but to even the people that listen to my uncle. He got thousands of followers and listeners. But like, how are you going to be a teacher or scholar? And if one of your pupils or students or members say, "Hey, bro, I found some text. Can you help me analyze it? Let's look at it." It seems to be very valuable and beneficial for the people. But you so locked in to your 66 books, which we know by this point, we ain't got a cap. We know who wrote your false ass text.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? To be 100% gang on it. You know what I'm saying? We know who it was, when it was, because we got a timeline and put it on it.
Right.
So my point is, you know what I'm saying, to be that pompous as a teacher and arrogant to where you ain't read no other book but the King James Version Bible, man, is a disservice to the people. And it's not a benefit. Because we got to be able to get out of that box.
I mean, whose benefit is it for at that point? You dig what I'm talking about? How would it benefit the God for your people to be spiritually stagnant? And how does it benefit the preacher to be pigeonholed in understanding, right? When it is that you have taken upon the position to be as a father to the community, a rabbi, a pastor, or, you know what I mean, whatever you want to call yourself. You know what I mean? It's the opposite of being all knowledge. So it's a shame that it's like that, but I'm glad that I ain't where I was though, Prince. I'm glad that I went through it so I can be here.
Man, this Cosmo era is such an acceleration of knowledge. It's such an acceleration of higher light. It's not even you, bro. Creator is undefeated. You ain't nobody stopping the light. That's why I don't know. It's fun. I feel like I'm being shot. Like I'm telling you, these 2 years, it didn't take me long to shake the indoctrination because, man, I just know job, man. I know Creator, bro.
Right.
And when I know, I know. It's like if you know how it works, you know how it works. But the thing is, when I hear light and I know it's right, it ain't no fight. You know what I'm saying? I'm a lean with it. But that's just me. Some other people are more indoctrinated, but I'm telling you, it didn't take long. It don't take long. Once you find out the character, the attributes and the message versus God in the biblical text or whatever text you read, and the creator who's ever present, whose inspiration is always life, love and liberty and harmony and happiness to all, without harm or sacrifice to any. Teaching you to be selfless and of service to your brothers, not angry and separate and we at war. Nah, that's not coming from John. So once you can analyze that for yourself, can't nobody tell you shit else. You know what I mean? And that's the point we at right now. I like you said, Cos, I'm so glad I met the gang and heard. Man, I'm telling you, it's all the we in the Cosmo era, bro.
Yeah,
it's what it is. We know what time it is. Everybody else ain't ready yet.
I got a little saying I like to say. When the soul cooking is good, it sit well in your stomach. When that soul food tastes good, like you said, it ain't no fighting. It's good. What I'm talking about now, you can try to deny that it tastes good to you. I can't tell you to not try to deny it. That's your freedom to try to deny, but you know, for sure, it's good to you. You dig what I'm saying? So, we coming to them times, man, where people are going to have to just make decisions about where you going, what you doing,
Stand on that shit. You stand
how
on
we
it.
gonna rock with this. You dig what I'm talking about?
Salute to
And
the
it's
brother
okay.
Milestone Thoughts in the building too, man. It's good to see my bro.
I couldn't hear you, bro. Say it again.
I was just saying, salute to Milestone Thoughts, man. It's good to see the bro, man.
Yeah, salute the Milestone. You dig what I'm talking about? We're gonna have to go over there, pop up on bro, turn up on TikTok, man. Cause listen, man, TikTok is drooge.
Oh, you ain't never lied, cuz. You ain't never lied.
Listen, bro. Every time I go on TikTok, I get an ill feeling.
Yeah,
just
and
being on it.
Yeah, and the whole system of TikTok is like mad intrusive now. The way that they got the privacy settings and all that, you got to consent to that shit, bro. They went wild with that. I heard. So
yeah, I'm gonna have to get into it because, you know, we got things to say, cuz, and that TikTok do go around the world. Mm-hmm. So, you know, I ain't afraid, and you know, I ain't afraid of no ghosts.
Yeah, nah, I ain't scared. I ain't scared none. I be on there, niggas swimming through the drudgery like, God damn. And these niggas be standing so cold on that shit, like
same thing over and over and over again.
I hear you talking about TikTok. It ain't as spooky as you think, man. You know what I'm saying? Us Aboriginals really got it on lock over there, man.
We ain't even. I know that. I know that part. I'm talking about the vibe it gives. You know what I mean? TikTok is not light.
Yeah, no.
You know what I mean? It's not like it's overall good. I ain't gonna say it's overall bad neither. But I'm saying,
the spiritual.
What it does do is draw in energy, good or bad.
Oh yeah. Most definitely.
What I mean? And it's like a point.
Yep.
You know, like a point, like a siphon point where energy is drawn in and focus is put onto like a whole platform or anything. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's
a lot of sucker, but it's a lot of sucker bitches over there, man. A lot of them. Yeah. You right about that. It is, man. You know, people try to interact and tap in with your energy and be knowing that they be on some false, but they just rather attack your energy.
Right.
Yeah, I know. Man. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
You know what I mean? So it's like like a portal. There you go, like a portal. Salute to Angelic. Like a you know, it draw in the energy. So it draw in the good and the bad. And like you said, if you got any of that light, boy, it draw a lot of that them little you like they say, a moth to the flame, burnt by the fire. You dig what I'm talking about? They can't deny the light. They just even if they don't know that they bugging you, they bugging you. They don't know. They can't help it because you shining.
Mm-hmm.
You dig what I'm talking about? And that's what we need. More people who shining standing next to each other.
That's fact. And it's good too. It's good too because on TikTok, it gives you a chance to sharpen your sword too on your facts and stuff, because sometimes you do get into some good conversations and dialogue on TikTok with some cats. You know what I mean? You can really shine some light for real and have, you know, builds with people. But sometimes you find yourself in, you know, just troll chats where people just, you know, want to just call you a nigger type shit. Like, man, get out of here.
Man.
But you know, but yeah, it's definitely a place where if more people gather together. You know, like I said, I'm working with TikTok. I get on TikTok live sometimes and go in there. I was messing with Tazariak for the longest on his lives. I was hopping up there questioning this nigga on simple shit and making him look like a mental midget.
Yeah, he was crashing out, man.
Crashing out.
Yeah. I seen Cap.
That nigga was crashing out on me. Fuck you, shut the fuck up. What? Nah, homie, we not getting down like that. Yo, God.
How do you justify it? How do you justify the killing of a little child? Because God said it.
That's what he said. God said do it.
Because God said do it. That's all justify. So if God said kill your child, you would kill your child. When we got him actually saying yes, he would do it.
Oh yeah, I was gonna splice. I couldn't find the clip, but I was gonna splice that in my my little 8-bar diss I did to that nigga. But I was like, man, look, y'all niggas, we ain't gonna get off y'all niggas guard, so you might as well get used to the gang busting you in their head every time we come
Listen,
to
been
county.
a new sheriff in town. This is why they duck us. They don't want us on them conversations because we, in the end of the day, we gonna do a whole bunch of this, making a bunch of sense.
Man, come on, bro. Easy sense. Kindergarten level sense.
You can't listen. If you sit there and try, okay, first of all, show me what OSP teach that's negative. You see what I'm saying? It's not what they think it is.
Not at all.
They think a Bible mean holy, holy, holy. Bible mean a collection of books.
Library.
It's a library. You dig what I'm talking about? And it's just about the information that's in the books. You know, OSP is not about religion, right? OSP is not a religion, and it's not here to take no religion, but it does give the cause and start of every religion that's ever been on the earth. See the difference? It's not telling you about religion or telling you something religious. It is telling you the cause of all religion.
The origin.
Right. It's a difference. You dig what I'm saying?
It explains in the book of Orinothon that all religions ultimately culminate to your understanding of the ever presence of the Great Spirit.
Right. Every one of them was just a book given to a certain people for a certain time to be completed. You dig what I'm talking about? This is why Europe got its book. The Middle East got its book. Africa got its. India, Asia. You dig what I'm talking about? Everybody got its own thing. They were just parts of the steps to understanding the Great Spirit. You dig what I'm talking about? The thing that's behind it, because once you've been the best Buddhist, once you've been the best Christian, you lived to the highest ideals for years of your purported text, your belief system. Then what? Are you just stagnant? See, OSP is that information. OSP is the then what?
The progression of man after death continuing forever.
I was punching on Cuz the other day, man, because see, they instead of just trying to talk to me, you trying to tell me about something you don't know nothing about.
Oh man, that was embarrassing for Gideon, bro. Gideon finna get knocked the hell out.
Man,
this ain't finna be this nigga finna get punched on in the corner like a nigga in the pinta, cuz it's bad.
He gonna cry.
Oh yeah, this nigga, he finna be swinging at the wind so hard.
He gonna cry.
Yeah, bro. I'm telling you.
When he get to the car, he gonna cry. He gonna cry. Yeah. Listen, this is gonna be bad.
And because the cold part about all of these debates is that they recorded, so like niggas can turn the block on you, slow it down. You know, we could do this 3 months and see how your information progress. If it, you know what I'm saying, it's still gonna be on fire. It's still gonna be burning, smoldering coals.
Man,
you know what I'm saying, because we finna
light Cuz on fire, man. I hate to do bro like that.
Man.
You talking about the one on that the show you was on the other day?
Gideon, with Gideon, with A1 and them.
Yeah. Dude was what was really up with him, man? He was real I had put subjective and objective up in the comments. I seen y'all start using it, and it got that one dude hot under the collar and stuff.
Roy Chess. Yes, he another one that doesn't know what objective and subjective mean. He said, no, then you gotta add on the true fact. No, you don't. Nothing else. Objective and subjective, man. Nothing else to it. You don't got to do none of that. The objective subject don't even got nothing to do with truth and false. right? You don't have to know the sun even exists, right? It's still objective.
Right.
Like you said, you could be a blind nigga, never seen the sun.
Or an infant child.
Or infant, right? You have no knowledge. It's still objective. It's there, irregardless to how you feel about it, where you think it is, whatever you think, where you think it's at. None of that matters. It's there. That's what objective is. You dig what I'm talking about? And so, yeah, dog was adding his own little pepper. He was adding his own little seasonings. he was adding this old little cooking together, boy. I got, but then, yeah, you know where I'm at with it right now, Milestone.
What's happening?
I can't argue a nigga believes. He gonna always be right, because in the end of the day, don't matter if 2 + 2 is 4. It don't matter. I can show him in a million ways how it is, right? He can say in the end of the day, because it's his belief, right? 2 + 2 is 5, Cosmon. See, you don't know, Cosmon. See, it's the 2, and then it's the plus, but then it's the 2. So the 2 and the 2 plus the 1, right? That's in the middle. That's 5, Cosmon. You see what I'm saying? Believe you can't argue it. So that's subjective. You did what I'm saying? I can't, so the dog was just off base. Roy be always off base because he always get him with the objective. I always get him because he don't read.
Hey man, hold on.
What happened, Milestone? Oh.
Seemed like somebody was hollering at him. But
all praises to the Great Spirit, which has no shape,
man,
or image. Indeed.
Nah, no image. I was just telling my boy that's one thing. That's the clicker for me.
Right. If it got an image, and the thing about it, if you can put even a thought of an image of the creator in your mind, that's not the creator.
Right. He's incomprehensible in his magnitude, in his entirety.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? There's no way for you to even the highest raised angels, man, they ain't conceive. The creator in his entirety. So, whenever you can say, oh, there's the creator right there. Nah. Impossible.
I mean, and then look at history. There have been thousands of deities that made the claim that they were the creator. Every one of them has, and their society, their religions have failed. I.e. Egypt, i.e. Sumer, i.e. Hellenic dynasties, i.e. Kushan dynasties like Harappa and Persian dynasties, right? They got Marduk, right? Originally Anu. You dig what I'm talking about? Said he created the world. Where are them niggas today?
Right. Didn't Luamong take on the name Marduk at one point? I don't know.
Yes. He inspired
Cyrus. Yeah.
Yep. He inspired Cyrus under that name.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Nobody can imitate the book of Esther, chapter 3. Creator go. Can't nobody imitate me. It's impossible. No man, no angel, none of y'all niggas.
What set I think the book of Esther apart and the book of the Archabon that really set it apart? It gives the history of the triune Trinity gods, the 3 in 1, the Father, Son, Holy Ghost. So you're able to firstly show that is a connection that goes back into even older civilizations, right? That 3-in-1 concept,
Right.
but how it was used as a Father, Son, Holy Ghost, that is a brand new. Well, it's not new, right? Because it's even in ancient times, it is your pre-Christian, your pre-Buddhic, pre-Brahmin, religious understanding, right? The ones that was indoctrinated before you get the new indoctrination of the 3-in-1 God.
You said that was in the book of Esther?
Yep, that's in Esther, and that's in the book of the Ark of Bond. You did want to talk about the founding of the Triune.
Yeah, I was wondering about that the other day.
I think it's 47.
I thought it was in the book of the Wars.
No, that's another, in a sense, those are in a sense the Elohim, right? Because that's Osiris, Sukkah, and Tien.
Right. Now that makes sense. Oh my gosh, you just clicked it for me right there. All praise.
Right. And now
because,
and then
the triunes is Luamon and them and
Enochisa Kabbalactus.
Okay. And then
remember, Osiris, Tien, and Sukkah go to hell.
Correct.
In 1553 at the beginning of the Ark of Bond.
They also are the ones who conspired to write the Bible.
The original tales and texts. Yes, those are the original Elohim, the 3-in-1.
That said, let us make man.
Yes,
they wrote that.
Yes, they wrote that.
That's the Elohims.
Yes.
All right.
Those become the Elohim. The idea of the Elohim morph into later in time, right? At the beginning of when they say the Hebrew calendar starts, 3761 BC, is the initial telling of the time of the first story. So Anu steps onto the scene. He is your Dios Preta, the Father God. This is why Anu is always seen in the older gods, right? Is seen before the Osirises, the named gods. You dig what I'm talking about? They come later.
Yeah.
There are older gods that are 30. That's back here in 3700. Those are the three underlings of Anu Hassaj,
correct,
Osiris, Tien, and Sukkah. They're Elohim, right? They're Elohim. They're three compadre-headed force go on to give us the biblical tale, the framework of the biblical tale that we have today. As a matter of fact, it's not till it's in Osiris's time, roughly about 2700, that we get while he was still under rule of Anu around 2800, that it's the very first time they ever used the word Adam to describe the first man.
Right, got you.
Right. So the proof that Osiris, Sukkah, Tien wrote the text is that in the text they call the very first man Adam.
And that first
using the Hebraic term, the more Hebraic term over the Vedic, Asu. Right. So this is how you know they wrote the text, because the first man called Adam still. Now that 3-in-1, Tien, Sukkah, and Osir morph into Luamon, Kabbalactus, Enochisa, the Father, Son, Holy Ghost, or triune connection. Remember, at first they're representing as one thing, just in three parts. right? This is
what
why.
What timeline was that?
This would why when they step on the scene around about the time of escrow. So I would say starting about 1200 BC, right?
So
Is
we
when
talking
now they are
about
already
15
remember Luamong, Chisa Kabbalactus are already true lords.
Mm-hmm.
They heavens get smashed because they wouldn't listen.
Mm-hmm.
They got caught in the rush. They got caught up in escrow. What caused the Bronze Age collapse? A lot of people don't know that what affected physically also affected spiritually in that sense, escrow, because of the nature of what happens. Right? This is why they don't understand how you could bury a pyramid in the middle of a desert with no water. They don't understand how fossils are made. They don't understand how you bury this, how you burn rock and then bury it under 60, 70 feet of dirt. They don't understand how it's done. Right? They don't understand why Egypt, Troy, all these major super civilizations, Minoans, all fall and disappear all at one time at the Bronze Age collapse. Why? Yeah, they don't get into that. Oh, I speed through that.
But what escrow affects physically and corporeally, it also affects spiritually too.
Yep.
In the same destructive force.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Spiritually, and this is how Luamong, Kabbalactus, Chisa, or for the people who don't know, Christ, Buddha, and Brahma, heavens get smashed. Not paying attention to what's going on around them, not heeding the call. When they got caught up in escrow. When they were supposed to raise the heavens up, they didn't. They got into it, they failed. They heavens was some of them, the bigger ones in the area. So people start congregating with them. So they put a little confederacy together called the Trinity. Triune. Right? Now, and at first they said they was gonna do right.
Right.
But true God checked them niggas from day one. Like, nigga, who you saying is the master then? If you gonna play creative, who the master? Huh? Nigga, listen, God was like, look, man, it's gonna work.
He told them to their face, man, it ain't gonna balance out for y'all, right?
It ain't gonna work out for you. You did gonna tell me, hold on. Let me go to that, man. Let me get up in the little of this out. Little rest. I get up in this out. I get up in this thing. Yes, you dig what I'm talking about? They be thinking Cosmo Cap, and I know this book. I know this Joker. This is Joker Smoker here.
Man, that mug brought so much clarity, bro. Thank you for that, bro. The Trinity and the Elohims was two different time periods. One around 31 BC, and then the other one around, you said
hold on, here we go right here. Let me get up in this thing real quick. Let me see what this say right here. What this say? Okay, watch this. Okay, watch this. Let me see. This is crazy right here.
You gotta share your screen.
This is crazy. Hold on 1 second.
Oh, okay.
Dig this. Watch this. It is better that these false gods win to themselves as dutiful subjects 5 angels than it is one mortal. That's how important you are. Guard well the colleges of prophecy against the emissaries of these false gods, and see to it that the worshipers of the Creator have borne to themselves a goodly number of prophets. This is the book of Esther. Right? There came to paradise, God's heavenly place. Or should we go back? Hold on. Or is it after this? Maybe the meaning of the term or the founding of no. Okay, let me go back down here. Okay, now watch this. Now, from day one, true God checked these dudes. Day one, right? This is the book of Esther, chapter 18, the meaning and origin of the term Holy Ghost. Remember, we got a dude literally claiming that he is the Holy Ghost online.
Right now, today?
Yeah, you remember, dog, he be saying he the Holy Ghost? Not the Holy Spirit. He say he the Holy Ghost. Well, look, here go the meaning of the origin of the term Holy Ghost. Watch this. There came to paradise true gods, heavenly place. One tennis. He is a messenger from the chiefs of the so-called Holy Confederacy. God's chief marshal conducted him before God, and being commanded to speak, he said, "Greetings to you, O God, on behalf of the what? The 3 sons." The 3 sons of the Holy Ghost. I came before you to proclaim their words. I remember this is a messenger. So what is he? A malach, an angel.
Right.
On behalf of the 3 sons, the 3 sons of the Holy Ghost, Buddha, Brahma, Christ. Right? I come before you to proclaim their words. I have been instructed by them what to say, and I declare to you, O God, remember, these is the sons of the Holy Ghost, and they're talking to true God. That should throw you off right there. Wait a minute. You say you got creating something, but you got to go check in with a nigga higher than you. That should throw you off for a loop, as into what they're telling you in Bible. The Holy Ghost just checked in. Let that sink in. I have been instructed by them what to say. I declare to you, O God. He talking to God. My words are their words. First, that you may hear us before we are adjudged. Wait a minute, somebody about to judge the Holy Ghost. First, that you may hear us before we are adjudged. Second, as you claim liberty to think and to speak for yourself, so do we all. And if errors come from our proceedings, it is our own matter and not yours. They explaining as into why you should leave God. We about to do God. We want the AOK for this. Somebody is giving the Holy Spirit the AOK. That should be a problem. When in Bible, they tell you God is the Holy Spirit. First, right, that you may hear us before we are judged. Second, as you claim liberty to think and speak for yourself, so do we all. And if error comes from our proceedings, it is our own matter and not yours. As you say, behold the all person, so do we not say, but we say, behold the all expanse. It is only a shadow, a ghost. And for convenience sake, we name it Holy Ghost. Is this not our privilege? Remember, this is the messenger talking to God. Is this not our privilege? Who can deny this? Can one man rightful dominion over another, or one captain, or one God? God said, proceed. Tennis said, if we are right, then we ourselves shall judge what we will do. But if you are right, talking to God, and this thing is an all person, then you are his servant to do his will. Are these points true? God said, it seems so. Tennis said, and liberty on both sides, correct? God said, yes. Tennis said, when I was a child, I was helped to walk, but now that I am strong, I walk alone. Why then shall my judgment not also walk alone? God said, now listen, God said, go ahead, go, and I'll speak after. Go ahead, keep talking. Look what he told him. He told him, look, no. He said, because he asked God a question. He said, why then shall not my judgment also walk alone? Notice he asked God a question. God said, no. Proceed, keep talking. I'll speak after you. Right? God, look, God got a little decorum. God, true God got some decorum. Right? Watch this. Tennis said, we have seen in ages past that peace has always been proclaimed by the followers of the Creator. Always. So my question is to all my Israelite brothers, well then, who is them niggas that was warring with Assyria? Who is them niggas that was fighting with the Persians and the Medes and the Babylonians and took it into captivity and fought with the Seleucids and the Alexandrians? Who are those niggas? If even the false gods are telling you that peace has always been proclaimed by the followers of the Creator. If them is the Israelites, right? Well, who is them niggas warring over there in the Middle East? You see what I'm saying? They stealing. If the followers of Jehovah never went to war, who the fuck is David in them? Listen.
That's deep right there, bro.
Huh? Y'all not listening. Huh? Why did the prophets always have to come to the Jews? Why didn't they never live with them?
Yeah, that's gonna make a lot of people spill their yacht.
That peace has always been proclaimed by the followers of the Creator, and that both on earth and in heaven, such people become the sufferers and victims of tyrants of earth and of the false gods of heaven, right? We propose war in the name of the Holy Ghost, both on earth and in heaven. Huh? We have no war with you or your people. Huh? The faithists, the real Israelites, the real Algonquin, the real Confucians, the real even Jews and even Christians, Buddhists and Brahmins, the real ones that's following their highest light. Even those are faithists. They just ain't came to the understanding. And they ain't got to. They got to come to the fight because in the end of the day, even if you're doing it right, you're going to come to the end of the result that your God was false. And you put yourself in slavery. Ain't nobody else fault. You're going to come to that realization one day or the other. I came to it here. It already hurt.
Right.
I can't imagine what it feels like afterwards, being duped.
I'm happy I got this knowledge now, man.
Yeah. You have no war. We have no war. Well, look at what they're saying. Look what these niggas for the Holy Ghost is saying. This is Buddha, Brahma, and Christ, y'all, who sent the message through this nigga Tennis. Right? On earth, we don't have no war with you and your people. We ain't got no war with you and the faithfuls. The real Israelites, the real Algonquin. The real Vedics. We ain't got no issue with y'all. Right? Real Jews. We ain't got no issue with y'all, with the real ones. Right? We ain't got no people with your war with your people on earth or in heaven. For you and your people, angels and mortals, are all peace and do not war. Well, who the hell is Saul, David, and Solomon? Who the hell fought and got captured and took into Babylon?
Idolaters. Gotta be.
If in heaven we have never killed nobody, never warred, we would rather run than fight. Because I can live to fight another day, but not if I'm dead. Because you and your people, true God, angels and mortals, don't matter, are all peace and do not war. Ever. Ever. This is how you know, and people call it racism or whatever. No, what I'm talking about, because it's white niggas today. Right? You can't tell what a thing is by what color it is. Huh? But you dig what I'm saying? You can tell who come from that enlightened stock. That stock that got angels and mortals that are of all peace and did not war. Huh? Let's just look at the last 2,000 years of history. Who has gone on to take somebody else's piece of land? Who? Everybody. Except one person or people group. Jaja say you the only ones in the world to the last of the greats. We know them as niggas in America. Huh? They call you black. Huh? You are the aboriginal of America. And we can tell you come from that stock because everybody else in the world warred for somebody else's and took somebody else's land. You never raised the sword to take anybody's land, ever. Huh? We can tell who are the sons of Seth, aka the sons of light. AKA your Israelites, aka your Algonquins, aka your true Confucians, aka your true Vedics. We can tell because they do not war. But on the reverse hand, we can tell the sons of Cain, the sons of blood and war. Huh? Because of how they live, they are drunk. That's what a drunk is, regardless of color. Huh? Our wars can only be with warriors. This is your Holy Ghost. Our wars can only be with warriors. I put the matter this way. You have a virgin daughter and a villain assails her. Your doctrine is to rush in and take your daughter away from him. Our doctrine is to beat him away from her. See the difference? That's your Christianity. That's your Hebrewism. That's your Buddhism, your Brahmanism. That's your Islam. Look at how true God move to these niggas who claiming they God move. You have a virgin daughter and a villain assails her. Your doctrine is to rush in and take your daughter away from him. Our doctrine is to beat him away from her. We see evil gods and evil spirits assailing virtuous people on earth and in heaven. We propose to war them to destruction. For what? For righteousness' sake. Sound familiar? Accordingly, we are more to your favor, O God, than against you. But in a minute, you about to claim you are God. See the problem with trying to claim you the creator? Trying to be in a lane that ain't yours. Sometimes them shoes be too big to feel. We accordingly are more to your favor, O God, true God, than against you. We dip our hands in blood for the sake of peace and virtue. For the sake of liberty and knowledge, they call it patriotism today. We shall say to the man of earth, you shall become learned, and to the essaying in heaven, the new spirit in heaven. You shall not return to mortals, but remain in your place and become learned and virtuous. For which reason we come to you, O God, so that you may know our foundation. God said, look what God told these niggas. Who then do you say men and angels shall worship? Cut straight to the chase on them niggas. Because remember, true God, this guy that just spoke, God said, this guy, God, doesn't get worshiped. He never gets worshiped. He never asks for worship, never commanded worship. What would he do with your worship? And this guy, God, praises the creator too. See the difference? God said, who then do you say men and angels should worship then, my ninja? Tennis said, in this, we do not command it. We don't tell them what to do. But we give them liberty to worship whomever they will. God said, but you have said, our doctrine is to beat the villain away from the virgin. But what will you or your example teach? God questioning. See what happened? This is the example of pseudos dying by their sources. The very first example. Watch this. God said, you said that your doctrine is to beat the villain away from the virgin, but what will you or your example teach? Tenius answered that an assailant deserves punishment. God said, and you will say to the peaceful and virtuous, take up arms and give your enemies torments? Tenius said, yes, truly. This is why your God is a demonic God of war. This is why he justifies it. Right? Tenius answered, yes, truly. God said, and by what authority if they inquire you? Because remember, you said you ain't going to tell them what praise, right? So by what authority if they inquired of you that you tell them they could peaceful people to pick up arms? By whose authority? Tinian said, by authority of the Holy Ghost and the Father, which is the confederacy. The sons are the three deities, Buddha, Brahma, Christ. Y'all see how it worked? The Holy Ghost, the Father, which is the confederacy of the three, and by the Son, right? So he said, by who authority, if they inquired? By authority of the Holy Ghost and the Father, and by the Son, that is each and every Lord of the confederacy, who we now know are Luamang, Inochisa, Kabbalactus, aka Christ, Buddha, and Brahma.
Backdrop.
For we shall teach mortals and angels that all things are by law. So if you teaching them that, it's wrong. For we shall teach mortals that and angels that all things are by law. This is why you got laws from your God. And the word law shall take the place of the term Great Spirit or Yahweh.
They wrote that? Yeah.
And listen, this is what we see in the four major Abrahamic religions. They all give you law. They teach you that all things are by the law. And that the word, the logos,
right,
the law, right, shall take the place of the Great Spirit.
That's exactly, bro.
Right?
And what it look like.
And then they give that praise to God. Remember, true God is questioning, why would y'all even do this? Watch this.
Why put yourself in a quandary like that?
Watch this. God said, so you seen they replacing it in the, this is why you see it replaced
with the law, with the Torah,
with the law, right? And the logos, and the law, right? Replacing function of the Great Spirit, right? And giving that praise to a God in the form, shape, and figure of a man, right? God said, hear me then, O Tinius, and in love bear my words to your so-called triune confederacy. And to the high leaders, saying to them, thus says the God of paradise. That's the name of his kingdom, paradise. Son of who? So wait a minute, Prince. True God is the son of the creator, not the creator. It is the false gods, right, who claim they are the creator and the son.
Headshot.
Look what God said to him. Hear me then, and in love bear my words to your so-called triune confederacy of Buddha, Brahma, and Christ, and to their high leaders, saying to them, thus says the God of paradise, the son of the creator, according to the light of his throne, which is called Oranothan. You shall triumph for a long season on the earth and in heaven, but not in the way you suppose. For you will be forced to provide a worshipful head for mortals and angels, God. And it will come to pass, for your three heavenly places will become known on earth and in heaven as the triune gods or the Trinity. Watch this.
There it is.
There it is. Watch this. and the people will worship an imaginary figure of 3 parts called the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. And this will become their idol. And he will be accredited with love, anger, jealousy, favoritism, war, and destruction. Huh?
Come on, man. Come on.
Sound familiar? Do you get these out of the religions of Buddha, Brahma, and Christ? Also Allah. Throw him in there too.
Oh, yeah, big facts.
Are they accredited with love, anger, jealousy, favoritism, war, and destruction? Is that true?
Objectively facts.
Right. Well, God was right. Right? Because you say, talking to Tenius, give punishment to the wicked, you open the door of all evil. For he who has a quarrel with his neighbor will accuse him as deserving punishment. Those who are in darkness and being mighty will fall upon the weak and slay them. Huh? Anybody ever heard of the Inquisitions?
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Anybody ever heard of emblanqueamiento? Huh? They look like genocides. This is why.
The quote-unquote Holocaust.
Here we go. Why? Because the mighty, right, who are in darkness will fall upon the weak and slay them. A quarrel will ensue. They talking about the gods themselves. Watch this. A quarrel will ensue in your 3 heavenly kingdoms. And you, Christ, Buddha, Brahma, Allah, right? This is, well, y'all ain't even, they don't even got this. Right now, Allah is a worker bee for Christ. He's the hitman for Christ. He's his lead general. Allah is the worker bee for Christ. You don't even know that. But anyways, yeah. So Allah is Christ's little homie.
He the Black Pope.
Dig it.
Yeah.
A quarrel will ensue in your 3 heavenly kingdoms, and you will become as 3 false gods. And since you do not profess the all person, each of you 3 gods will be forced to announce himself as such. For the rule applies to all men and to all angels, that those who deny an all highest person in the Creator become establishers of idolatry to themselves. You have said, we shall leave mortals and angels to worship whom they will. Well, then, is it not well to worship Baal? What about Dagon? What about a little bit of Ashtaroth? Huh? Well, why not worship Ashtaroth?
Right.
And yet, these gods make slaves of their subjects who worship them. Tenius said, no, they are evil gods. We will deliver their slaves into freedom. God said, well, who is master? And who is slave then? Either on earth or in heaven. Why not abolish your triune confederacy, lest you rule over others? And you profess liberty, so why not practice it? Huh? He calling them out on their hypocrisy. You profess liberty in the Bible. Why you not practicing it?
Well, your God got slaves in his kingdom.
Because you proclaim liberty as your chief object, you will entice the unlearned. Huh? Because you proclaim, because you mealy mouthing that you talking about, like you talking about liberty as your chief object. You will entice the unlearned. Truant. Who you gonna get? You gonna get the idol. That's why they talking about what we gonna do. Hmm? What we need to niggas get to speak in French. Oh, oui. Huh? No. This why you drawn to it. Uh-oh. Self-check. Cup check.
Mm.
Why? Because the false gods proclaim chief liberty as their chief object. They entice the unlearned, the truant, the idle, and the lazy. For all these claim their weakness to be the boon of liberty. Huh? Don't they all proclaim to do this for liberty, the American people? It shall come to pass in a far distant future, your kingdoms will be made up of the lowest grades, and they will pull you all down from your high resolves, and you will become tyrants and evil gods yourself. Where is Christ? Where is Buddha? Where is Brahma? For that fact, where is Baal Ashtaroth? Where is Dagon? Where is Osir? Huh? Huh? Okay. Huh? And you will become tyrants and evil gods yourselves, and meet the fate of all your false predecessors. You're gonna get the same thing Anu got. You're gonna get the same thing Osir got. Huh? You're gonna get the same thing Oannes got. You're gonna get the same thing Hagoth got. You're gonna get the same thing Hathor got. You're gonna get the same thing Baal got. Huh? You're gonna get the same thing Atum and Aman Ra got. Huh? Hell. Of your own making. The earth and its heavens were giving into my keeping for the resurrection of all the inhabitants, but I have neither commission nor desire to accomplish dominion by violence. This is true God speaking. Because you have withdrawn from my kingdoms, it is an act of your own. Even my own grief at your secession shows me how short I am in comprehending the Creator's ways. This is true God talking. He said, I'm sad that you leaving. That showed that I don't really, truly understand Creator way. Because, nigga, you got to go. You got to. Why? Because you made it up in your mind. You need to. And nobody tells you to leave. The fact that I'm sad show that I don't understand the way of Creator yet. I'm true God. Let that sink in. We got a lot of growing to do. Even in my own grief at your secession shows me how short I am in comprehending the Creator's ways. For I declare to you, O Tenius, and through you to your chiefs, Buddha, Brahma, Christ, Allah, he's a chief too there, right? That though your course seems evil in my sight, yet it will be proven in the distant future that the Creator will appropriate your labors to an ultimate good. He did. Right? You ain't got no more oracles, do you? Go therefore with my words to the chiefs of the triunes. I part with you, all as a father parts with the son who goes into a consuming fire. Tenius said, in reverence to you, O God, I go to those who pity you for your too peaceful ways. And with that, Tenius saluted in reverence and departed, going his way. That's the foundation of your quote unquote Holy Ghost.
Yeah, the Trinity, that.
It's different. It's different. It's different. Preach to my dog A1. What up, though, boy? You dig what I'm saying? It's different. Well, look, man, we're going to go ahead and get up out of here, man. Tell the people where they can reach you at, cuz.
Man, y'all already know Prince Judavon Cosmon on YouTube. And Prince Judavon on Instagram. Y'all can tap in with me on both platforms. I'm on TikTok too under the same handle. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's where I'm at.
That's what's up, man. Y'all be cool, man. You know, hey, Prince.
It's good, big bro.
You can do something for me real quick before we get up out of here?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, all I need y'all to do is breathe in. Let that light in.
Yes, sir.
That's right, because I'm Cosmon. That's Judavon. And I'm out. Peace.
We fight as a single, impenetrable unit. That is the source of our strength.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feel it when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh, just that Japheth, that Chow Mein, that Papa Bull, that Tao Mein, since sunset in the arc of Wayne, my brain moving like Tao Sang. So as above, it's so below, that up and that down thing. This flow is atmospheric, I call that a ground game. See, water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing current? See, the pattern is ponic, I'm reaching out for my people. Oh, watch me flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the ether. And when the force hits the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing Puerto. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Seela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door star. And the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar. Oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahuin is now a Angui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God's, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oh, watch me flow, it's so potent. Set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you making salat. Well, I'm an Israelite, I'ma make him at the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is so yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh